And while not throwing for as many yards, he has been more productive and more protective of the ball. And remember, Ian, today's just his 21st start in the NFL.
Update on injuries right now. We go down to the field. Evan Washburn.
Yeah, two key names to keep an eye on. One expected, one worth monitoring. Lamar Miller out for this game with a left ankle injury that he suffered against the Jets last week. He didn't even make the trip here. DeAndre Hopkins was not out on this field for any of the team warm-up portion. Talked to the team, they said that is an oddity. Now, he did just run out of the tunnel. He suffered a left ankle injury as well in that Jets game. He told us last night he is good to go, so we'll keep an eye on that.
All right, Evan, thanks very much. Creativity for Houston this year. They ripped off 9 wins in a row. 8 come from behind victories, the most in the NFL, a new franchise record. This team is getting it done on the road. 5 straight road wins, longest team streak in 6 years. Also, no turnovers in 7 of their last 8 games, limiting the mistakes, taking advantage, though, of other teams' mistakes and creating opportunities. 11 straight games with a takeaway for this Houston squad, tied for the longest active streak with Kansas City. Time for us to do Project Smarter, presented by the Home Depot.
Well, for Houston, J.J. Watt is heading to his 5th Pro Bowl because he has 14.5 sacks and a league-leading 6 forced fumbles, and that includes 1 each last week against the Rams. Defensive coordinator for the Eagles, Jim Schwartz, says Fletcher Cox is their defensive MVP. He got 1 of his 7.5 sacks last week as well. No margin for error for the Eagles. Winning out and getting some help gives them the best chance at the playoffs. And a first-round bye in the playoffs is just what the doctor has prescribed for the Texans, a team with more than their share of bumps and bruises this year.
It is Houston and Philadelphia, the 5th all-time meeting. Eagles have never lost to the Texans, a perfect 4-0. All 4 of those wins have been by double figures. We've got the action for you coming up. It's Week 16, the NFL on CBS.
8, please.
This is my floor.
Super Bowl champs.
Celebrate. CBS Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
Very comfortable day here in South Philly, 44 degrees, sunny skies. We get you ready for the Texans and the Eagles. Philadelphia won the toss. They have deferred to the second half, so the Eagles will kick it off. DeAndre Carter is a former Eagle, the return man for Houston. They've dealt with a bunch of injuries at wide receiver, Fuller, QT. They released Sammy Coates, so Carter has gotten the nod on special teams, and Jake Elliott will kick it off for Philly. The easiest path to the playoffs, Dan, for Philadelphia, if they win out and Minnesota loses a game, the Eagles will be in. Doug Peterson's squad, the defending Super Bowl champions, 69% of the time, the defending champions have made the playoffs the following season.
Yeah, you can feel the momentum building here with the Eagles. A lot of energy in the building and a lot of energy in the stadium.
Elliott off the tee. We're underway in Philadelphia. Returnable for Carter. Carter's got an opening, stumbles across the 30-yard line. That's where Houston will open up as Gary makes the play on special teams. Deshaun Watson, his second season, the comfort zone that he has found and the trust level with Bill O'Brien. O'Brien said, I'm not sure that Deshaun is getting enough credit for how he manages the game, not turning it over, making good decisions, a big picture view of what they need from him. DeAndre Hopkins was a question mark with an ankle injury. He assured us last night he would be in there, and he's in there. Alfred Blue gets the nod. Runs into a crowd. Forward progress will get him to the 36, and a 3-yard pickup for Houston. Well, this Houston team has given up a lot of sacks, 52 of them on Deshaun Watson. Offensive line, they've got some veterans on this group. Play action. Watson fires too high. He was looking for the tight end Akins. It's incomplete, and it's 3rd and 6.
And pass protection you talked about has been a concern. 52 sacks. He's been hit over 100 times. But in talking to O'Brien last night, he said that play action passing and maximum protection may be the answer today. And there will be times when only Demaryius Thomas and DeAndre Hopkins are the only two receivers out on a pattern. That's not a bad option, though, as between them they have 150 catches this season.
Dime package here for Philadelphia on 3rd and 6. Houston towards the bottom of the NFL in third down conversions this season. There's an opening there for Watson. It closes up, tries to force it in, and makes the connection to the 40-yard line. Alfred Blue, but it's short of a first down. Nigel Bradham spins him down defensively, and the Eagles force Houston into a 3-and-out.
Yeah, nice mobility in the pocket by Watson, and even a better tackle by Bradham. As Blue goes 230 pounds, trying to spin out of the tackle, but Bradham stops him well short of the first down.
We expect to see some Deontay Foreman here this afternoon. Has not played this year. He's been out for 13 months after the torn Achilles tendon. The punt from Daniel Sproles. He'll return it. The stutter step comes up short of the 25-yard line. That's where Philly will open up shop. Justin Reed on special teams. A 48-yard punt, 12-yard return for Darren Sproles. Nick Foles. Well, it's been an interesting year by his own admission. He felt the pressure coming off the Super Bowl. Started the first couple of games with Wentz working his way back from the torn ACL. Now it's a back injury for Wentz, and Foles gets the call again.
Yeah, and in facing J.J. Watt and Jadeveon Clowney, Foles knows he must be aware of where their ability to not only sack the quarterback, but to force fumbles as well. Between the two rushers, they have forced 25 fumbles in their careers.
Fractured vertebrae. That's the back injury for Wentz. Not placed on IR, though. Play action. Foles gets rid of it quickly. Cannot make the connection to Zach Ertz. 101 catches on the season for the Pro Bowl tight end. Well, this offensive line is very good. Wisniewski back in that left guard role. Sayamalo is sitting this one out because of a pectoral injury. Backs and receivers, we talked about it. The backs, you'll see a mix and match of Adams, Smallwood, and Sproles. Alshon Jeffrey coming off a huge performance in that win over LA, 30-23. Running play, not a whole lot there for Josh Adams. He's a battering ram at 6'2", 225. Zach Cunningham, first man to greet him. 2-yard pickup. Defensively for Houston, they come in 14th in total defense, but they're 5th in scoring defense. No Brandon Dunn today up front with an ankle injury. Linebacking core is outstanding. And the secondary, Kareem Jackson has moved around from corner to safety to corner. They'll go with 6 defensive backs here on a 3rd and 8 for Philly. Opening drive for the Eagles. Working out of the gun. Fake on the pressure. Foles fires. Sliding grab made. It's Ertz, and it's right at the line to gain. 102 catches on the season for Zach Ertz. Back-to-back Pro Bowls.
Really spectacular catch by Ertz because he has to lay out for this one. Foles just a little bit off target on his first pass. Ertz was behind him. This one out in front. But the big tight end pays his quarterback off with a huge catch and first down.
Boy, that was a bobble right at the end.
Yeah.
Philadelphia will snap it. Fake it to Sproles. The toss. Working it to Ertz. So back-to-back catches brought down by Zach Cunningham. That's a 3-yard pickup. Zach Ertz is closing in on history.
And quickly, too.
Jason Witten has the record 110 with Dallas. Zach Ertz now passing Tony Gonzalez. Incredible season that he's put together.
Yeah, he's a precise route runner, and we've already seen how good his hands are.
2nd and 7 for Philly. To the ground. Adams through the hole. Crosses the 40-yard line and picks up 5 on the play. Bernardrick McKinney, the Pro Bowler, makes the stop.
Yeah.
So Jay Ajayi goes down with a torn ACL. They lose Corey Clement. Josh Adams was not a factor when this season started In fact, he wasn't part of the 53-man roster, and then eventually gets his opportunity based on the injuries, and Adams has emerged as someone that Doug Peterson can rely on. 3rd and 2. Again, Adams has got enough for the first down. Picks up 4.
Vaitai is playing the left tackle for Jason Peters. Watch him at the end of this play. It looks like Adams is going to be just a little bit short of the first down, but the big 320-pounder pushes Adams just far enough there to pick up the first down.
So Vaitai is in there in his 3rd season from Texas Christian. Double tight end set, new set of downs for Philly. Foles again gets rid of it quickly, sets it up for Smallwood. Oh, he got crushed. 2 Texans in there after a 3-yard pickup. DJ Reader along with Zach Cunningham. The combination on Smallwood.
Yeah, it looked like Smallwood had something going until he ran into 347 pounds of DJ Reader, getting help from Cunningham. But Reader plants him on his back.
Reader is massive in his 3rd season, 5th-round pick in 2016 from Clemson, part of that impressive front for Houston. 2nd and 7 now with 9.5 to go in the first. Foles steps up, soft toss is caught at midfield, and it's Ertz again. He might break the record in this quarter. He might do it on this drive for all we know.
Well, that's 3 catches now for Ertz. This one really under pressure here with Matthew right on his back. Matthew trying to strip the ball out. Look at those strong hands of Ertz hanging on.
Working quickly, 3rd and 3. Keep feeding it to Ertz. First down. They'll mark him down just inside the 45 of Houston. Methodical drive here for Philadelphia. It remains alive.
It's quick passing that's keeping this drive alive for the Eagles. Sharp route by Ertz. Beats the coverage that time by Burton. Romeo Crennel trying to figure out how to stop the Eagles as they are 3 for 3 converting 3rd downs on this drive.
Crennel in his 35th year as a coach in the NFL. 3 tight ends in this formation. On first down for Philadelphia. Foles. Deep shot. Looking for it all. Broken up. Jeffrey in a matchup with a veteran Joseph. So he tossed the ball 8 times to Alshon Jeffrey last week against LA. He caught all 8, targeting him for the end zone, and Jeffrey couldn't haul it in.
Well, look at the coverage. The ball got past the right hand of Joseph all the way through, but look at the separation of the hands of Jeffrey as the ball slips right through his grasp. Tremendous coverage by Joseph, but that's the willingness that Foles has to give Jeffrey the 50-50 ball.
Bill O'Brien now in his 5th year as the head coach of the Texans. They have to respect that run-pass option, but this was a running play for a loss of 1. Nothing there for Darren Sproles, the 14-year veteran. Jadeveon Clowney going to his 3rd straight Pro Bowl, combines with Christian Covington to bring him down.
You talked about the injuries to the Eagle running backs. Part of the reason why they're only averaging 98 yards per game on the ground, and it's not good news going against this Houston defense. They just give up 88 yards per game on the ground.
Philadelphia 27th in that category in the NFL. And Houston 4th against the run. 12th play of the drive for Philly. This is a 3rd and 11 in Houston territory. Foles looks, rifles, coming back for it will cost him the first down. Golden Tate. And what do? Now they're in no man's land at the 37-yard line. Jackson and Matthew bring him down, and the offense is remaining on the field.
Yeah, the dilemma here now for Doug Peterson is that with the lack of a solid running attack, you got to put this play in the hands of Nick Foles. Run pass option would be a good idea here. A little play action, and I would keep my eye if I'm the Texans on number 86, Zach Ertz.
This would have been a 55-yard attempt. Elliott missed one from 53 yards away against LA. 4th and 2. Foles guns in, caught. Darren Sproles makes a move upfield, breaks away for the touchdown. The tank takes it in. 37 yards on the catch and run. On 4th down.
Well, he's done this 32 times in his great career. Look at this effort at the end. As he gets contacted here, and it's going to spin out of the tackle of the rookie Justin Reed and walk into the end zone.
Elliott on for the extra point. 13 plays, 77 yards. It was over 7 minutes for Philadelphia. Foles leads them down the field, and then it's Sproles taking care of business, breaking away from Reed for the score. Doug Peterson rolled the dice on 4th down. He got what he wanted. Darren Sproles, 37-yard touchdown reception. His longest play since 2016 against Pittsburgh. 3-time Pro Bowler and a difference maker for this Philadelphia offense. 7-0 lead for the Eagles. 6:32 to go here in the first. So Sproles scores the touchdown, Dan, and look who's sitting in the front row. Mike Trout of the Angels. Huge Eagle fan. He's from South Jersey, and Sproles knew exactly where he was. Yep.
That's a touchdown and a home run, all in one.
All in one. 7-0 lead for Philadelphia. Right now, Rankin is in at left guard, so we keep you updated on the shuffling along the line. D'Onta Foreman gets his first carry of the season, and he picks up a yard and a half. Trying to work through a crowd up the gut. Philadelphia defensively, they're led by Fletcher Cox, having another brilliant season, going to the Pro Bowl for the 4th straight year. Linebacking core, Jordan Hicks is back in. Hicks missed the last 4 games with a calf injury. Right now they're in the nickel with Cravon LeBlanc. Watson out of the pocket, throws, and hits his man, DeAndre Carter. Carter picks up 13 on the play and a first down.
Early a fine throw by Watson under pressure from Bradham, keeping his eyes down the field, and he leads Carter perfectly. And a crowd silencing first down.
Carter was claimed off of waivers. He was a substitute teacher in Hayward, California, bouncing around practice squads and waiting for his opportunity. 5.5 to go here in the first. Watson, clean throw to DeAndre Hopkins. That covers 9 yards. The chemistry between those two is off the charts, brought down by Maddox.
Yeah, this is his 95th touchdown catch of the season. You can't get better coverage than Maddox had that time on Hopkins. But Hopkins is going to win that battle almost every time. And the most remarkable thing about Hopkins, he plays 99% of the offensive plays for the Texans.
Hopkins, we asked him about Philly. He said he really thought they could take advantage of matchups, and they hook up once again.
Yeah, so much for not coming out for warm-ups, huh? 2 completions in a row for Watkins. Just a superb athlete. It's his left ankle that gave him some problems, but no problem there cutting off that ankle and receiving that pass from Watson.
And he's working against Avonte Maddox, who was not really supposed to be in the mix this year, but the injuries to Jalen Mills and Ronald Darby and Sidney Jones has pushed Maddox to the forefront, and he's been outstanding. Play action. Watson has time. What a throw. DeAndre Hopkins. Watson put the exact amount of loft on it for 18 yards.
Yeah, good pass protection. Little play action fake that time to Foreman. And then the rifle shot here. Look at how these two are in sync. Hopkins, seeing that Watson was in trouble, cut to the outside to the dead spot. Perfect strike from Watson. Watson perfect, 4 for 4 on this drive.
First down at the 21. Fake the run. Plenty of time. Watson out of the pocket. Tries to cut it upfield and takes a hard hit. Deshaun Hall over there defensively.
But unfortunately for Watson, when he comes out of the pocket here, there are no Texans on this side of the field. So he's looking for a white shirt, and all he's going to see are green jerseys. There's not a Texan within 50 yards of him.
Well, Dan, you asked him what concerns you about Philadelphia's defense. He said, look, I focus on what we can do. I don't get hung up on what they do. I feel like we're going to win our matchups. Foreman. But a yard, that's it.
Then again, I asked that follow-up question. Well, what impresses you about the Eagles defense? They said, oh, that front four.
He did.
He
gave them credit. He said the front four with Cox and Bennett, smart veterans. They've been doing it for a long time. And now this is 3rd and 11 for Houston. They have not been able to establish the run without Lamar Miller. Chris Long just came off to the sideline. So we'll keep an eye on him. On this drive, they've been doing it mostly through the air. 3rd and 11 for Houston. Watson steps. Watson will run. And boy, can he ever. Watson gets the angle. Working it to the sidelines and right to the line. 11 yards.
Yeah, the offense line's doing a good job of protecting him and then opening a hole in the pocket as he can escape outside. And look at the determination, seeing where the chains are and getting the first down.
First down at the 11-yard line of Philadelphia. This season, Watson closing in on 500 yards on the ground. 9th play of the drive. 7-0 lead for Philly. Running play. Foreman could not get to the outside. He tried to hit the edge, but Rasul Douglas in run support makes the play. It's a loss of 3. Jenkins got some pressure in there as well.
Yeah, because of injury, Foreman doesn't appear to have the burst that time to get away and around of Douglas there. Big play by Douglas for a loss of 3.
Foreman was on the physically unable to perform list. Torn Achilles tendon November 19th, 2017. Now in his 2nd year from Texas. 2nd and 13 for Houston. Shotgun. Watson underneath. And he hits. Demaryius Thomas came over in that deal with Denver. Bill O'Brien has said he's been everything that they hoped he would be and more. A tremendous addition. Excellent veteran. Smart. Outstanding with the young players. Sets up 3rd and 7 now for Houston. Fast moving first quarter. We're down to 25 seconds to go. Alfred Blue in the backfield. And our first flags of the day against the Texans.
Ball start. Offense. Number 75. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Well, John Parry's crew. Calling the false start on Houston.
Yeah, the Texans bring in an extra offensive lineman, Martinez Rankin, and he proceeds to jump off sides.
They don't have to run a play here if they don't want to. And it looks like they don't want to. They've run out of time. End of 1 in Philadelphia. The Eagles up on the Texans 7-0. A game that Philly has to have to keep those playoff hopes alive.
Whether you're home or away, T-Mobile has you covered. State Farm, here to help life go right. And by Kay Jewelers, for all the moments, for love, forever.
Back here in Philly, 3rd and long for Houston to start this 2nd quarter after the penalty. They trail the Eagles 7-0. Texans trying to lock up the AFC South with a win and still with a chance at the #1 seed in the AFC. On 3rd down, Watson skies it over the head of Jordan Thomas. Incomplete. Field goal unit coming on for the Texans and Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah, the Eagles doing their scouting report proud that time because Jordan Thomas has 19 catches on the year, but 4 of them have scored. So they double-teamed the 6'5", 277-pound rookie tight end, and Watson had to sail it into the stands, basically.
AFC Special Team Player of the Week. Fairbairn went 5 of 5 with a long of 53 in the 29-22 win over the Jets. This is a 30-yard attempt. Daniel holds it. Fairbairn knocks it through. Houston cuts into the Philadelphia lead at 7-3 Eagles early second quarter. Goal just made Kaimi Fairbairn the all-time single-season scoring leader in Texans history, passing Shane Graham. Graham had 138 points back in 2012. Fairbairn will now kick it off for Houston with the Eagles in front 7-3. Returnable. Working the sideline. It's Austin Scott. NFL Today update. We've got JP and Nate Burleson in the Big Apple.
A Dallas win will clinch the East.
That's right. Guess who's Dak in business? That's a 7-yard run by Dak Prescott on the design QB keeper. Dallas leads this game 7-3.
Ian Eagle, Dan Fouts, and Evan Washburn.
Well, JB and Nate, there was an outside chance Philadelphia could still win the division, but they would need a complete collapse from Dallas. Cowboys clinch the NFC East with a victory here. Philadelphia leads at 7-3 here.
But that's the Dallas team that was shut out by the Colts.
Give it to Sproles. Breaking tackles is Darren Sproles. And he dives for a gain of 7. Penalty marker thrown at the 29-yard line. John Parry sorting through it.
Illegal formation. Offense. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Works against the Eagles as we check in with Evan Washburn.
Well, guys, Vaitai remains in there at left tackle. Jason Peters was starting this game, but he suffered a quad injury. He's officially listed as questionable. He had a quad injury in the first half of the season, but has been healthy since then. But he does not look like a guy who's headed back into this game. Chris Long, guys, cleared the concussion protocol. He was back in on that field goal attempt.
All right, Evan, thanks very much. Jason Peters entered this league as an undrafted free agent in 2004. There has been no tackle around longer than Peters. High throw from Foles to Ertz. Peters now in his 15th year in the league. Hey, look at that. There's one tackle in the league from 04 or earlier, and it's Peters, 9-time Pro Bowler.
Coming back from a knee injury suffered last year. Amazing durability.
So Vaitai on that left side for Philadelphia, protecting Foles. Running play goes nowhere. Clowney sniffs out Sproles. Another NFL Today update here in Week 16. JB and Nate.
Giants big right now.
That's right. The book of Eli still being written. Scott Simonson on a 3-yard TD. How about this? The Giants up 14-0 over the Colts.
Ian, you have to appreciate it. The book of Eli.
I like a good pun. You know that. Well done, Nate. 4 receivers set here. Dime package for Houston. They're dealing with some injury concerns on defense. Kareem Jackson, knee. Kayvon Webster, a thigh. Completion to Jeffrey, but it's short of the first down. He spun down at the 35 after picking up 11. Andre Howell, who has a great comeback story of his own. Hodgkin's lymphoma, diagnosed back in May, but made sure that he was going to play this season. Vowed to his dad, who passed away, that he would play, and he has fulfilled that promise. Cameron Johnston will punt it. And DeAndre Carter standing at the 15. From the 17. Carter could not cut it back. 8-yard return, a 48-yard punt. Gary again on special teams. We step aside here in the second.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by FedEx. Possibilities, what we deliver by delivering. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Happy holidays from our crew to your crew, wherever you are. Philadelphia leading Houston 7-3. Texans take over with a 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Deontay Foreman in at running back. Foreman ridden down. No gain on the play. Hit by Trayvon Hester for Philadelphia. Chris Long is back on the field for Philly. Here's what's at stake, Dad. Houston at 10-4, leading the AFC South. They can clinch the division with the victory. And with a loss, things would shift in the playoff picture. Philadelphia right now on the outside looking in. They need wins. They need some help. The 11-year veteran, Chris Long, lining up for Philly. Got through the concussion protocol. Watson's pass deflected. Incomplete. Ryan Griffin, the intended target. It was tipped, which threw off the trajectory.
Yeah, it looked like Jordan Hicks may have got his right hand on that ball, and he did, and it still almost got to the intended receiver. Big athletic move, but you can see where Hicks is. He's lining up in the middle there. Looked like he had his eyes on Watson, playing a spy for the escape out of the pocket.
3rd and 10. Texans will go empty here. Watson from the gun. The toss underneath. Not going to be enough for Alfred Blue.
Rather conservative call by Bill O'Brien, but he's not only the offensive coordinator, as everybody knows, but the head coach. And so as the head coach, play calling, he has to play to the strengths of his team. He wants to be patient with the run game. And he's not trying to be the #1 offense in the NFL. He's trying to win the game, which I've always heard is the goal every Sunday.
Well, they come in as the 14th ranked offense in the NFL, 11th in scoring at 25 points per game. So after those 2 long drives, Philadelphia and Houston each had one. Both teams have gone 3 and out. Ran out of time on the play clock. And looking at a delay here for Trevor Daniel to punt it away.
Delay game, offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
Is averaging 44 yards per kick with a long of 61 this season. Darren Sproles, the return man, standing at the 24-yard line for Philly. The Eagles have won 3 of their last 4 to stay in the playoff race. That lone loss came to Dallas. Daniel off the side of his foot. Flag is thrown. It does take a Houston roll and settles in at the 20-yard line, but a penalty marker is at the 27. So waiting on that flag after the 51-yard boot.
During the kick, holding, return team, number 41, 10-yard penalty, 1st and 10, timeout.
It's Bosby called on the penalty, so back it up for Philly. 7-3 lead. The Eagles, they've got it here in the second. Well, Doug Peterson told our group in regards to Carson Wentz, there's constant communication. He's the face of the franchise, and with a young player, you worry about the mental part, the frustration. He has an aggressive nature. He wants to be out there, but it is delicate, Dan, right now for Wentz.
Well, remember, it's just his 3rd year in the league, and he's coming back from that knee injury and now the back injury.
On a handoff to Josh Adams, and he picks up 4. And with the knee injury, you had a timetable. The back injury, is a little bit more of a mystery.
You just don't know, and that's why the communication's so important. They've been talking with the doctors, the trainers, the family, the agents, the coaches, all getting on the same page, but they want to make sure that they stress to Carson, hey, as you said, he is the face of the franchise. When you get healthy, you'll be our starter.
Nick Foles has an option, team option next year at $20 million. So that really would only happen if he was looked on as the starter, if this Wentz injury was more serious. Right now, Foles has to be more concerned with holding on to the football. He lost it. Texans claim they've got it. At the 5, J.J. Watt waiting for the pile to be peeled off.
I think Clowney's got it at the bottom of the pile.
He does. Houston takes over. And again, the Texans creating a turnover. They've done it now 12 consecutive games.
That's 9 sacks on the season and another forced fumble. And then the recovery, the trifecta for Jadeveon Clowney, and the Texans are in business.
Deep in Philadelphia territory at the 5. Foles had it knocked free.
And Foles had both hands on it, but Clowney with the strong left hand punched it right out of the quarterback's hands.
First and goal. Texans looking for the lead. Akins, the motion man. Watson, beautiful cut for the touchdown. He sold the fake, and then Deshaun Watson did the rest. Houston goes in front. He got around Trey Sullivan for the score.
Yeah, classic run-pass option here. Watson with the run all the way, pulls it away from Blue, has a blocker out in front in Jordan Akins, and a beautiful move and a step through to the end zone. Really well designed and perfectly executed, and they embarrassed Trey Sullivan with the whiff.
Set up by the Clowney punch out and recovery. Watson has his 3rd rushing touchdown of the season, and the extra point from Fairbairn is no good. We have had kicking follies around the NFL. That extra point is no longer a guarantee. Houston up 9-7. Texans lead the NFL 66 points off turnover differential, #1 in the league. And they don't turn the ball over. 14 turnovers this season, the 4th fewest in the NFL. Seattle with the fewest, 10. They've gone 7 games without a giveaway.
And the holding penalty on the punt backed them up to the 10-yard line. It wasn't long after that they grabbed the lead.
Fairbairn, just his 2nd miss of an extra point this season. He's the NFL's leading scorer. On Thursday, with holiday season in full swing, the Eagles provided some holiday cheer for those less fortunate. They donated 275 Eagles-branded winter jackets to the Bethesda Project, a nonprofit dedicated to caring for Philadelphia's homeless community. Each team has run 18 offensive plays. Houston has a 9-7 lead over Philadelphia. Foles and the Eagles take over at the 25-yard line. Adams in the backfield. Fake it. Foles. That's a high throw. Over the head of Jeffrey with a penalty marker down at the 24.
And the offsides against the Texans, lining up or holding perhaps coming off the line of scrimmage.
Holding defense, number 90, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Well, that is Clowney, who just made the big play on the previous series.
Yeah, he taketh away and he giveth right back.
Well, he taketh the football away quite a bit. And he's giveth a lot of big plays to Houston.
Okay.
All right, we got it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I appreciate the backup there.
you got it. Thank you. Team effort. Kareem Jackson went into the locker room during that break. They're checking out his knee. Josh Adams runs into a wall, and it's Clowney and Cunningham. Loss of 2.
Watch Clowney just getting inside the block there of Ertz and right to the legs of Adams. Cunningham with the cleanup. Watt is going to get a lot of attention from Lane Johnson.
Watt playing in his first career game in Philadelphia. He was excited for the cold weather. It's just not that cold. Mid-40s, sunny skies, 2nd and 12 for Philly. A hole for Sproles. Darren Sproles accelerates to the 39, just short of a first down. So everybody angled towards one side. Sproles went the other way.
Well, he's like a punt returner on these draw plays. Sets up his blocks and then accelerates down the field. And for a guy that goes 190 pounds, finishes off the play punishing tacklers. 11 yards, brings up a 3rd and real short.
Eagles trying to convert with Sproles flanking Foles. Floater. Sproles has got it. A perfect toss by Nick Foles. Sproles got separation from Cunningham. First down, 21 yards.
Well, on 3rd and short, you're going to get man-to-man, and this is a perfect matchup for Foles and Sproles. Sproles getting behind Cunningham with a perfect toss from his quarterback. Look how he looks that ball right to his gloves.
So Foles recognizing the matchup, takes advantage of it. And a new set of downs for Philadelphia at the 30. Fake the run, Foles. Caught by Ertz. He got hammered after the grab by Justin Reed and holds on for 15 yards.
That play action has been good for the Eagles, although they're not running the ball very effectively, but it's drawing up the linebackers that time to allow behind and receive that ball.
5 catches for Ertz, 106 on the season. Out of the gun, they give it to Smallwood, and he dances for a few, 3 yards. Hit by Christian Covington of Houston. We're down to 7:42 and counting left in this first half. Eagles now with 141 total yards.
But only 25 on the ground.
They had 381 yards of offense against Los Angeles last week. They allowed 413 to the Rams and held off LA for the win. They survived a late rally by Los Angeles. 2nd and 7, 4 receiver set. Foles fakes the handoff, fires it underneath, and it's caught by Aguilar. Brought down by Jonathan Joseph immediately, and a little bit short of the first down. Had to get to the 5-yard line. They picked up 6.
Foles very decisive, very quick, getting the ball out of his hands, and very effective. 11 of 14 for 131, and again setting up a 3rd down and a yard.
And Ertz will line up by himself in a matchup with Joseph. Ertz goes 6'5", in motion. Handoff, trying to get the yard. They do not. J.J. Watt makes sure of it with Josh Adams attempting to power through the middle. It's actually a loss of 1.
Watch the top of the screen, number 99, just fighting his way into the backfield, finding the running back and dropping him.
So now on 4th down, you would ask the question, what do? You kick a field goal, you go up 10-9, but that's not the way that Doug Peterson is playing it.
Well, they're 10 of 19 this year, converting 4th downs. Remember, they got a touchdown the last time they went for it on 4th down.
This is a long 3 for Philly. Goddard goes in motion. On 4th down, toss it. Goddard slips down. He thought he had the touchdown, but he does have the first down. Dallas Goedert, the rookie out of South Dakota State.
Well, he's been in the end zone 4 times, but that turf just tackles him at about the 2-yard line. Really a well-designed play and perfectly executed as Goddard came in motion and then reversed out to the flat. And going to be a little bit embarrassed he didn't get in for the score.
1st and goal for Philly. We approach 5 minutes to go in this first half. Jumbo formation with 3 tight ends. Shotgun. Foles slings it. Incomplete. Trying to hit Sproles. Jadeveon Clowney was there in coverage to match up against Darren Sproles.
You talked about Doug Peterson's trust in his quarterback. But best example of that is putting the ball in his hand on 4th downs. 2 for 2 on 4th downs.
Well, he compared him to a point guard, and the way that he dishes off and looks for everybody, gets everybody involved. Foles did play high school basketball. He said he was recruited by Baylor. Eventually decided to play football, of course. 2nd and goal, swing it. Sproles couldn't catch it. It was a little high for Darren Sproles, who is listed at 5'6".
This is a tougher throw than you imagine, because the angle that the back is running away from the quarterback is not very easy to dissect at times. That time just inches too far in front of the 5'6", reportedly Darren Sproles.
11th play of the drive. 3rd and goal for Philly. Adams in the backfield. Fake. Foles. He tosses it away with a flag down. J.J. Watt with a hit on Foles. It's going to work against Houston.
Personal foul. Roughing the passer. Number 99. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Let's check out number 99. Lane Johnson tries to cut him. There's a shot to the head, and that's going to get called every time. Watch the left hand go right to the face mask of Foles. And that is the proper call.
And that is a crusher for Houston. It gives Philadelphia a 1st and goal with the ball at the 1. Shotgun for Foles. Handoff. Adams hammers in for the touchdown. A flag down on the play.
There's holding, though, against the Eagles. That's why that was a walk-in touchdown.
So the celebration for Philly will be short-lived.
Offense, number 72. 10-yard penalty, replay, first down.
It's Vaitai.
Vaitai working against Jadeveon Clowney. Number 90, watch the left arm go around and hook the waist of Clowney. If he doesn't do that, Clowney's going to make the tackle. So back and forth we go with big penalties. Man.
So this one sends Philadelphia back to the 11-yard line. 4:48 to go, first half. 9-7 lead for Houston. Eagles trying to go in front. Sproles flanks Foles. And they ran out of time.
Play game, offense, 5-yard penalty, first down.
So now Doug Peterson's team will operate from the 16-yard line. Yeah, the prep this week for Doug Peterson and company, a little bit of a shorter week because of the travel from LA. Coordinators did some work late last week in preparation for Houston. Fake it. Foles. Underneath, caught by Ertz. And he's dumped by Colvin just short of the 10. 6 yards on the pickup.
And 6 catches for Ertz here in the first half.
That's 107 on the season for Zach Ertz. The NFL record for a tight end in a single season, Jason Witten, 110 in 2012.
And Ertz getting a well-deserved rest and a shot of water on the sideline.
Shotgun for Foles. Fake it. Foles out of the pocket. Foles will toss it back in the end zone. Slapped away by McKinney. J.J. Watt put the heat on Nick Foles.
Well, here's the heat from 99, and Foles giving his receiver a chance. Jeffrey in the corner of the end zone. But look at this athletic play by the linebacker. McKinney with a swat.
You know, he was a center in high school basketball.
I see it now.
You do?
Yes, sir.
He's 6'4", but he played center.
He's got hops.
Tunica, Mississippi. 13th play of the drive for Philly. 3rd and goal for the Eagles. Foles steps up. Foles uncorks one towards the goal line. Zach Ertz in a crowd was not in the end zone. And now it's 4th and goal at the 1.
Deja vu, huh?
Reed and Burton combine to make sure Ertz doesn't get the score.
Oh, and he's double teamed. Reed keeps him out of the end zone. Look at this throw, nice and low. Ertz was on his knees coming back for this one.
And the Eagles are going to go for it, Dan.
Why not?
This has been their mantra.
Remember, Alshon Jeffrey goes at 6'3", and he's going against the 5'11". Jonathan Joseph.
4th and goal. Foles, touchdown! He delivers to Ertz. Doug Peterson has the ultimate confidence in this group. 2 touchdowns today, both on 4th down for Philadelphia.
Look how sharp that route is. We talked about his precise route running. Here's a beautiful example. Cutting to the outside, then sharply back to the inside to win the battle against Colvin for the score.
Kaboom for Doug Peterson. And we asked him about recapturing the magic of 2017, and Peterson said this team understands there's a different dynamic this year, but there's a confidence with Nick Foles. He has a calming presence. Last year there was an unknown aspect. They're going for 2 here. And Foles will get tossed down by Clowney. Why 2 is going to be the question.
And would only have put him up by 6.
Foles felt that he was grabbed by the face mask, and he may be right.
He was definitely grabbed by the face mask. If I built a van?
To 9. The Eagles get the touchdown. Foles to Ertz. And Foles and Wentz sharing a moment along the sideline, but they decide to go for 2, trying to make it a 15-9 game. They don't get it. Clowney definitely connected with the face mask. They showed it on the big screen. You can imagine what the reaction was here inside Lincoln Financial Field. Elliott kicks it off. DeAndre Carter from the 1. And he's dumped at the 20-yard line by Reynolds.
Let's go back to the missed face mask call. As we freeze it right here, this is the umpire, and that's Mark Pellis. And he's looking in here for holding. He does not see the face mask penalty. But our official, John Perry, is on the other side, and he had to see that.
Now Foles trying to make his case with the referee, John Perry, after the play. First down, Houston at the 20, now trailing 13-9. Play fake. Watson on a line, hits his man, Thomas. First down throw for 15 yards.
That's a good example of the advantage that both these wide receivers, Hopkins and Thomas, have, because they're radius guys. Both are well over 6 foot. Thomas at 6'3", and you could put it up high to them and take advantage of that edge that they have.
Thomas, a 5-time Pro Bowler with Denver. Running play. Alfred Blue is wrestled down by big Fletcher Cox. Cox told us the ups and downs of the season, but he can feel a belief in this Eagles locker room. Everybody's just taking a deep breath. There's a vibe that they can get it done in the last 2 games and still be a playoff team. 2-yard pickup, 2nd and 8 here for Houston. They count it down to 2 minutes to play, first half. Off the fake. Watson throws to the open man, Akins, who gets out of bounds. First down out near midfield. We've hit the 2-minute warning, after the 12-yard pickup through the air. Philadelphia 13, Texans 9, here on CBS.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Verizon. The best unlimited is on Verizon, America's most awarded network. And by USAA, official NFL salute to service partner.
Coming up, Verizon halftime report. JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, Coach Cower. Latest NFL scores and highlights all coming up on the Verizon halftime report. Each team with 3 timeouts remaining. Houston driving, first down with 1:58 to go, second quarter. Blue in the backfield. Alfred Blue filling in for the injured Lamar Miller. Takes a hard hit and a late flag thrown from behind. Very late.
It appears it's going to be helmet to helmet, but who's it going to be on?
Personal foul, defense, number 37, lowering the head to initiate contact. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
So they get Trey Sullivan. Yeah.
That's a good call because he really targeted the head of Blue and connected.
Yeah, Blue was brought down. He's on his way to going down there. Sullivan launches himself.
And Blue is lucky he wasn't knocked out with that shot.
1:49 to go. Line of scrimmage is now the 33. Watson gets out of trouble, sets his feet, throws, deep ball, too far. In the area of Demaryius Thomas, matched up with young Avonte Maddox.
And the timing on that play was way off. He had a couple of play action fakes there. Looked for the crossing route to Hopkins. That wasn't there. And then just decided to airmail everybody. Smart throwaway by Watson.
Maddox had an interception last week in that victory over LA. He's dealt with knee and ankle troubles himself. When we went through the injuries for Philadelphia this season. Watson is now 9 of 13 for 97 yards. He does have a rushing touchdown. 2nd and 10 for Houston. Rush coming. Watson is hit. And a flag down. Brandon Graham came firing in on Watson.
And he wrapped his left arm right around the throat of Watson. Watch number 55 here. Watch his left arm. And Dave Perry, John Perry says he went to the head, actually hit him in the shoulder and did not drop him on the, well, maybe they call him that body weight on top of him. That would be a lame call there. This place is going to go crazy with these calls or non-calls.
First down for Houston. From the 17, 5 penalties on each side. 1:39 to go, first half. Play fake. Watson steps up. Watson will tuck and run with a slide at the 14. It's a gain of 3. Yeah, we asked Bill O'Brien about the relationship with Watson and asked Watson as well. We'll tell you about their connection when we come back in 30 seconds after this from Pepsi. Deshaun Watson said, "We have a great understanding of one another." Bill O'Brien, good give and take. I'm a chill guy, so while he could get a little bit crazed at times, it's not a problem. 2nd and 7. Watson, a bullet throw to the sideline. DeAndre Hopkins. And we asked Bill O'Brien about it. He said, you know, Watson, he has no fear. The big stage doesn't intimidate him. He doesn't get rattled. He's poised. He's got tremendous memory from series to series.
And he's got a couple of great receivers to throw to. Hopkins now 4 catches for 47 yards and that key first down.
First and goal for Houston. Texans trying to regain the lead. Watson out of the pocket. Watson, second rushing touchdown of the day. Deshaun Watson. Yeah, that's 2.
Well, he made that look easy. Man-to-man coverage by the Eagles. He sees the wide open spaces to the left side. Gets a little help out there from running back Alfred Blue, but this is no contest. Walk in.
8 plays, 80 yards for the Texans, who go back in front with 1:17 to go. The extra point here from Fairbairn is good. So 16-13. Remember, Philadelphia went for the 2 points after the touchdown, didn't get it. And now it's a 3-point game. Just over a minute left in this first half. Coming up, Verizon Halftime Report. JB, Phil, Nate Boomer, Coach Cower. Latest NFL scores and highlights all coming up on the Verizon Halftime Report. Fairbairn will kick it off to Boston Scott with 1:17 to play. First half. And he drills this one through the back of the end zone. Well, time for a Super Bowl flashback. You might recall this one. Eagles and Patriots. The Philly special. Burton to Foles. Just over 2 minutes remaining in the game. Foles connected with Zach Ertz. Go-ahead score, trailing by 8. Tom Brady, the Hail Mary, hit the ground. The Eagles with their first Super Bowl victory. And the countdown is on. 42 days, 3 hours, 38 minutes, and the seconds are ticking away until Super Bowl 53 here on CBS live from Atlanta. First down for Philadelphia at the 25. They have just over a minute to work with. And the connection is made for an 11-yard pickup through the air. So Foles is on time to Matthews. Under a minute to go now, second quarter.
Remember, the Eagles used a timeout on defense on that Texan drive.
Foles, quick hitter underneath. Smallwood, the catch.
Do you like that delivery? A little sidearm shot from Foles.
Well, he also mentioned that basketball helped him with that. We'll have more on that after 30 seconds from Progressive Insurance.
When we were dating, we used to get excited about things like concert tickets or a new snowboard. But that all changed when we bought a house.
Voila!
Matt started turning into his dad.
That's some good mulch. I'm awake. But it was pretty nifty when Jen showed me how easy it was to protect our home and auto with Progressive. Get this butterscotch right here.
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents.
Took quite a bit of work because this was a lot. This is all staple.
But we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with us.
Foles played varsity basketball as a freshman in high school. He said he was a big-time shooter, and the changing arm angles helped him as well. That one is right in the bucket for Aguilar, and a flag throw.
Yeah, it's coming back too. Holding.
Offense. Number 72. 10-yard penalty replay. Second down.
And again, it's Clowney put the pressure, and there's the hold, a hook that time by Vitae. H. Vitae.
You don't want to say the first name?
I don't have time.
Halapulivati?
You want to spell it?
No. I could just say it.
H. Works for me.
Second and 13. H for hold.
Yeah, that too.
Shotgun for Foles, and it negates a big play. Underneath, Smallwood. He's got a blocker. Smallwood working the sideline, out of bounds at the 43-yard line. Good block from Kelsey up front. Turns it into a 10. seconds left. They still need a bunch of yards for a legitimate field goal try here for Jake Elliott.
Well, check out Clowney right up the middle on Foles. Foles had about a half a second to get that ball to Smallwood.
So 3rd and 3 for Philadelphia.
Clowney is living in the Eagle backfield.
Need 19 yards to get to Elliott's territory. Foles connects across midfield. Aguilar. And a timeout taken. Just keeping an eye out here. Have not seen Alshon Jeffrey. Let's check in with Evan Washburn.
Good timing, and I can update you that he is currently in the locker room. He's dealing with cramps, so getting some fluids. We'll see if he makes it back out for the second half, but don't expect him on this series for Philadelphia.
Remember in the corner of the end zone when Foles threw that ball away? It looked like Jeffrey was limping after that. That may have been when he started to cramp up.
And guys, something important to remember, illness going through this entire Eagles team. Alshon Jeffrey missed 2 days of practice early in the week with that illness, so not coming into this game 100%.
And part of having that illness is being dehydrated, and that does lead to cramps.
There was a virus working its way through the Eagle facility. Their defensive coordinator, Jim Schwartz, wouldn't even shake our hand in the meeting. First down, Foles. He hits Smallwood, but they are out of timeouts.
Aguilar was way down the field.
And that'll stop the clock with 10 seconds left. So the options are now a bit more limited as they try to get into Elliott range here. Career long of 61. Did it against the Giants.
That was a very memorable 61-yarder too. Didn't that cost Carson Wentz something on a bet if he makes that or something, and went through? And
yeah, sure, I'm with you.
Yeah, it was last year.
It's like a blur. They need basically 7 yards on an out route, or a toss here to Ertz, trying to get it on his own. He slammed down, and that's going to do it. They're not going to be able to rush to the line. And Cunningham with the hit. And Zach Ertz is down on the play. He's flexing that left knee.
His 9th catch of the ball game may be a real costly one as Cunningham makes the tackle here. Watch the knees there.
That just tied the record held by Jason Witten. End of the first half, 16-13. Halftime is next after these first half highlights from Verizon and a word from your local station.
Hey, Joy.
Hello, Thomas.
Hey, what's the worst part about paying for things you don't want?
Paying.
Exactly. And what's the best part about getting things you do want for free?
Free stuff.
Precisely. That's why Verizon decided everyone in the family should get the unlimited they want without paying for things they don't, and why it now comes with 6 months of free Apple Music.
I like music.
Hey, look at that. I like popcorn.
Oh, didn't even ask. How dare you?
This holiday, get the gift you want, the music you love, on the network you deserve. Now buy the latest iPhone and get iPhone XR on us.
Along with the Hall of Famer Dan Fouts, Evan Washburn down on the sidelines. Houston trying to sew up the AFC South title, move one step closer to a first-round bye. Philadelphia just trying to stay in the hunt. They've got this weapon in Zach Ertz that is making history. And in that first half, 110th catch of the season ties Jason Witten, the most ever by a tight end in a single year.
And they got him started early in that ball game. 5 catches on the first drive, and his 7th catch went for a touchdown in the second quarter. So no question Foles and Ertz are on the same page.
They are, and Foles, we know, has had some magic in him, but this Houston defense is so tough, and the 1-2 punch of Watt and Clowney has been very difficult for the Philadelphia offensive line to contain in the first half. Philadelphia won the toss. They deferred to the second half. So Fairbairn will kick it off to the rookie out of Louisiana Tech, Boston Scott. And he's going to take it out of the end zone. Scott is spun down at the 21-yard line by Batamosi. Down to Evan Washburn.
Well, and let's start with Bill O'Brien. Spoke with him coming out of the tunnel, and he felt like this is a big possession for their defense. Time of possession disparity was big in that first half. Obviously pleased with Deshaun Watson, the plays he made with his legs, but defensively felt like fundamentals had to be the priority. Keep an eye on Sproles and obviously Ertz. As for Doug Peterson, not interested in talking about those impactful penalties down the stretch in the first half. He said going for 2. That was about the math and also riding the momentum of his guys. And lastly, Alshon Jeffrey did come out of the locker room. He was dealing with cramps. He didn't look good, but he's back out here.
All right, on first down, Zach Ertz.
That's a fumble.
He lost the football. Philadelphia has it. It's a new record with a catch for Ertz. 111 on the season for Zach Ertz. Goddard on the recovery.
Rule in the field is a catch and a fumble recovered by Philadelphia.
And Burton
First
with
and
the
10.
punch out and the recovery by Goddard. Watch the left hand right there. Knocking that ball loose, and it heads up. Coming out of nowhere is Goddard.
So the record breaker will be a memorable one for Zach Ertz. His team recovered it. Flag down as Josh Adams tries to spin on Houston. Zach Cunningham hems him in along with Jadeveon Clowney.
Offside. Defense. Number 90. 5-yard penalty. Replay. First down.
And it's Clowney called for offsides.
Yeah, he lined up in the neutral zone. You can see the left hand is down, and it's almost all the way on the other side of the football. The neutral zone is the length of the football. You cannot be in that zone.
So 5 yards for Philly. 1st and 5. Bill O'Brien's defense has certainly gotten the job done throughout this season. Started 0-3. Then ripped off 9 in a row. They've split their last 2 games coming off the win over the Jets. On first down, Foles flushed out. He will throw it incomplete. Not sure Josh Adams was thinking catch on that play. Clowney put the pressure on Foles. 2nd and 5.
Yeah, you also wonder about the sun. It looked like the sun was a direct line with that pass from Foles to Adams. But a good sign that Alshon Jeffrey recovered from the cramps in that first half, back in the lineup.
Mostly shade now here in Philly. You have that one pocket of sun. 2nd and 5. Foles on a give. Hard cut by Sproles. Sproles trying to get it to the outside, could not. And he gets chopped down by McKinney. 4-yard pickup. 3rd and short now for Philadelphia.
Well, watch that sharp cut by Darren Sproles. Doesn't have much of a stride, really doesn't need much of a stride with the speed that he has. The hole was absolutely huge, expecting Sproles to go all the way to the outside.
So now 3rd and a long one for Philadelphia. They've played in 11 games decided by 7 points or less, the most in the NFL this season. 5 and 6 in those games. Foles on 3rd and 1. Catch by Goddard, and he will not get it. It's short. Justin Reed made sure of it as he got the tackle, a big tackle on a big body. They are 3 of 3 on 4th down today, and the offense remains out there.
Yeah, this is a good mark by the officials, and right on the spot. Seeing that Goddard came up about a foot short.
Goddard goes 6'5", 256. Couldn't break away from Reed. 4th and less than a yard. Adams in the backfield. Foles forces its way in up the middle. 1st down. He's got enough.
Well, you could tell he was going to go quarterback sneak. He's 6'6", but he was squatting low behind his center, Jason Kelsey. He got good push there. And that's enough for the 1st down.
You know, Foles is now in his 7th year in the NFL, and he's experienced the highs and lows over the course of his career. And he almost stepped away from football in his St. Louis days. He fell back in love with the game playing for Andy Reid. Last year, the week before the playoffs, Peterson and Frank Reich came up with an offense that allowed him to play fast. And we know what the results were. Intercepted by McKinney. Foles gives it away. Houston takes over at the 46.
Now a little hesitation there by Foles. His first read was taken away. He looks for his big tight end, Zach Ertz. McKinney with a deflection and the pick. And just what the Texans needed to get great field position to start the second half.
He's had a pick last week. He's got his first interception of the day here. Now third in 4 games started this season for Nick Foles. Fake it. Watson stumbles. And he darts one to Carter, who's out of bounds.
It's been a good afternoon so far for Deshaun Watson. Pair of touchdowns. This is the option play. Gets a block there, but really doesn't need it. Goes in from 4 yards out. And how about this beautiful pass? 18 yards on the sideline to Hopkins. And then an ad-lib quarterback run to the end zone for his second. That's 4 touchdowns rushing this season for Watson.
Houston up by 3 on Philadelphia. 10:50 to go here in the third. Running play to Foreman. And he is bottled up. It's Timmy Jernigan back in the lineup for Philadelphia. Missed the last 3 games with a back injury.
They really miss Lamar Miller with that bad ankle. Just 36 yards on the ground for the Texans so far.
And this is a 3rd and 11 for Houston. Texans are 1 out of 4 on 3rd down conversions this afternoon. Toss it to the outside, caught by Carter. Brought down shy of the 40-yard line. He's at the 41, and Houston is in no man's land here. Rasul Douglas with the tackle, and Bill O'Brien's not going to take any chances sending out the punter.
Now, so the Eagles survived the pass interception thrown to McKinney by Foles, and a conservative call there on 3rd and 11. But again, O'Brien knows how good his defense is and how well they're playing so far today.
This would have been a 59-yard field goal attempt for Fairbairn. They're not going to try that. Trevor Daniel will boot it. Not much of a rush. Daniel end over end. Sproles fair catch brought in at the 11, a 30-yard punt. Eagles get it back. No harm done after the Foles INT.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Pepsi, the official soft drink of the NFL. The unexpected energy of ExxonMobil. And by AT&T. More for your thing. That's our thing.
And our camera crew, some should maybe consider decaf, John Bruno in particular.
The Dancing Bruno.
Our extended family.
He's wearing shorts today.
Well, he wears shorts every week. We could have a game in Antarctica. Eagles will go empty here on 1st down from the 12-yard line. They trail 16-13 here in the 3rd. Foles. High pass. Jeffrey's got it. After the catch, Alshon Jeffrey. Out of bounds. Dehydrated in the first half. Jeffrey is back and making impact plays. 52 yards. Matthew on the chase down.
Yeah, just his 2nd catch of the day. It was a good catch by Foles on the snap from Kelsey, and then the catch over the middle, bouncing off a tackler. Reed going for the knockout shot, but Jeffrey's a big guy at 220.
2nd catch of the day. Foles now 263 yards, 2 touchdowns and a pick. Philadelphia in Houston territory. Foles tosses it to Sproles. Short of the 1st down. NFL Today update. JB and Nate in New York.
Coach, playoff hopes went out and get help.
You're right about that. They need a little luck and a little skill. Here's some skill. Andrew Luck to Dontrell Inman in the end zone for the 2-yard TD. Giants still have the lead, though, 17-14.
Ian, Dan, and Evan.
And that Tennessee victory yesterday over Washington changed the scope of things here today in the AFC. And the Baltimore victory, that defense is just playing at a ridiculously high level. Foles to Richard Rodgers, who accelerates for a first down. The former Packer is tackled at the 21-yard line. We're down to 7:50 to go here in the third. Houston leading at 16-13, and the Texans at 10-4, trying to wrap things up in the AFC South. Chance to get a first-round bye, still an outside chance to get the #1 seed. Philadelphia currently 7th in the NFC. They're a half game back of Minnesota, so 2 Eagles wins and 1 Viking loss would vault Philly into the playoffs. Put your beard on, sir.
Easy now.
On a give, Sproles has nowhere to run. Houston behind Cunningham and Clowney. They stone Sproles.
An offensive line doing an outstanding job so far. Foles has thrown the ball 35 times, only had that 1 sack of Clowney, which stripped him and gave the Texans the ball at the 5-yard line. But 9 different receivers. In fact, Rodgers' catch moments ago was his first of the year.
Playing on a 1-year deal. He was part of the Miracle in Motown with Aaron Rodgers. The Hail Mary. Foles, he tosses that one high with a flag down at the 31. J.J. Watt and McKinney had pressure.
Holding, offense number 88. 10-yard penalty, second down.
It's the rookie, Dallas Goedert. So back it up for Philadelphia, trailing by 3. Now, Doug Peterson is very consistent. He's just consistently upbeat no matter what's going on with his football team. It doesn't hurt when you win a Super Bowl and you've built up that kind of capital, but it permeates around his team. Bouncing off a tackle, Jordan Matthews tried to circle out of trouble, and he's brought down to the 29-yard line.
Yeah, it helps when you're 6'6" and you got to throw over a guy 6'5". Watch Watt, bottom of the screen, trying to tip that ball. May have, but good concentration by Matthews to make that catch.
Injured Texan, it's the veteran Jonathan Joseph, who went for the tackle initially on Matthews.
I put work in front of
Foles has been huge on 3rd and 4th down. He's 12 of 12 for 131 yards and 2 touchdowns, 6 first downs. The injuries are piling up in the secondary for Houston. Jonathan Joseph, the latest. Evan will have more in a moment. He's currently in the pop-up tent. Not Evan, Jonathan. 3rd and long. Motion man Aguilar. They'll go run here, and going down is Adams. They go conservative and set up 4th down. Evan?
Yeah, I always try to get in there, but they don't let me in. Jonathan Joseph is in there with the UNC, the unaffiliated neurotrauma consultant. He also was pointing to his left shoulder, but this is becoming, as you mentioned, a thin secondary. Kareem Jackson and Kayvon Webster both out for this game. Jackson with a knee injury, Webster with a thigh. Joseph remains in the tent. Once we get something official, we'll let you know.
And Evan, that would mean Jonathan Batamosi will see time at corner. 47-yard attempt for Elliott. Tie game. With 5:31 to go in the 3rd. We're all knotted up at 16 apiece.
Homecoming is
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Walmart. Light up Christmas at Walmart. And by Progressive Insurance. Big savings to you.
Yes, Al Below and Chris Byram. Something's in your hat, Chris. You may want to get that checked out. Yeah, there's a critter in there. It's making sound.
There's not much under the hat either.
Elliott kicks it off after the field goal, and Carter will return it from the goal line. The former Eagle dives to the 29-yard line. Wednesday on CBS, join the All-Star celebration honoring Reba McEntire, Cher, Wayne Shorter, Philip Glass, and the creators of Hamilton. Gloria Estefan is your host. The Kennedy Center Honors, Wednesday at 8, 7 Central, only CBS. Texans with a first down, 5:26 to play in the third. We're tied at 16. Deontay Foreman is in. Fake it. There's an option there. And Watson slashes for 3 yards, hit by Jordan Hicks on the play.
Really well defensed by the Eagles, stringing Watson out, taking away his pitch man, and forcing him to carry it for a short gain.
Well, this Houston squad began the season 0-3, trying to become the 6th team to make the playoffs after an 0-3 start in NFL history. None have had a first-round bye, though. Flags down. Seventh penalty against Houston. John Perry.
False start. Offense, number 75. 5-yard penalty, second down.
You have to go back to 1998, the last team to do it. 0-3 start to make the playoffs, the Buffalo Bills. Lions did it in 95. The Chargers did it in 92. Strike shortened season 82, the Buccaneers and the Jets the year before that. 2nd and 12 after the penalty against Rankin. Out of the gun. Watson, pocket collapsing. Watson, soft toss to Demaryius Thomas. First down, Houston. 16 yards on the hookup. Corey Graham, the veteran, with a tackle.
How does he get out of this pressure? Keeping his cool, the eyes down the field, lobs it over Bradham, and there's Thomas for the catch and the first down. But there are Eagles all around. Graham misses there. Remarkable.
New set of downs for Houston. They are getting no push in the run game. Deontay Foreman tackled down low by Bradham. JB, Nate Burleson in New York.
Patriots looking for their 10th straight AFC East title.
That's right. Here we are on 4th and 4. Brady to Edelman. Watch Julian roll over like cell phone minutes. He never touches the ground. He gets in for the 32-yard touchdown. The Patriots lead 21-6.
Ian, Dan, and Evan.
So they still have rollover minutes month to month?
Apparently.
Play fake. Watson steps up. Watson darts out of the pocket, slides at midfield. It's short of the first down. They're going to mark him just inside the 50 on Philadelphia's side of the field.
Again, avoiding the sack, reading the defense. It's a zone here. Well played by the Eagles, dropping and then covering up. You can see Watson knew he had to get down, but he knew he was going to be short of the first down marker.
Just looking at the numbers, Watson has 6 carries for 35 yards, 2 touchdowns. Foreman has 6 carries for 1 yard. 3rd and 2. Watson looks. Watson, high throw over the head of Thomas. And it's 4th down. And this is what Bill O'Brien has talked about with Watson managing the game, not making a big mistake. But they are in a dogfight right now with the Eagles. 2:38 to go in the third. We're tied at 16. Sproles, the return man. The rookie out of Tennessee, Trevor Daniel, will punt it. Short kick and angled towards the sideline, out of bounds. Eagles will get it at the 17 after the 33-yard punt. We've come 2 to play in this third quarter with the Eagles and the Texans tied at 16. It'll be a first down here for Philly. Zach Ertz, 10 catches, 67 yards, and a touchdown. He has set a new single-season record for catches in a season for a tight end, topping Jason Witten's mark set back in 2012. 111 receptions this season for Ertz. Foles making sure everybody's on the same page here as the Eagles take over at the 17. Foles steps up. Foles delivers. Deep one-on-one. It's caught. Aguilar. Bye-bye. Touchdown. Eagles. 83-yard bomb.
And this is a thing of beauty. High arching, stepping up in the pocket, letting it go for all he's got. Gets behind Matthew, and see you later. What a throw by Foles. Saw the man-to-man coverage. Watch it drop right between the hands of Aguilar, missing the left hand of Matthew for the score. Longest play of the year for the Eagles, and just what they needed at that time.
Extra point is right down the middle. Elliott. 23-16 Philly.
There are few feelings as good as this one for Nick Foles. The bomb, getting home, checking for flags, not seeing any, and knows he's got 6.
When we talked to Tyrann Mathieu last night, he said, look, you're going against Philly, you have to account for Ertz, but he gave credit to the rest of the offensive players on this team knowing their roles and carrying them out. And he actually mentioned Aguilar. The Aguilar is a deep threat. He knows his role. He does his role. He just did it there.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a stumble by Matthew there that allowed that ball to drop in perfectly to Aguilar.
Nelson Aguilar stretches the field with that game-breaking speed.
Yeah, career-long reception for Aguilar.
Matthew was inches away from knocking it free. Carter dumped short of the 30-yard line by Hall on special teams. 2:13 to go in the third. Philadelphia now in front, 23-16 on Houston after the big pass play. Foles to Aguilar.
Always talk about flipping the field. That flipped the field and the scoreboard.
Yep. Eagles currently 7th in the NFC, trailing Minnesota for that second wild card spot. Houston at 10-4. Trying to win the AFC South with a victory today. Watson out of the pocket. And Watson is hit. Good range by Sullivan, throwing his body around. Out of Division II Shepherd in West Virginia. 2-yard gain for Watson.
He fought right through the stiff arm, too, of Watson. It's been an eventful day for Trey Sullivan. This is his best play of the afternoon.
Second down and 8. 1:40 to go in the third. Watson, pump and throw. Good find. And it's DeAndre Hopkins with a first down. You know, for Hopkins and for his usual numbers, it's been a rather quiet day. 5 catches, 61 yards. But we know Hopkins on one play can change a game.
Well, he averaged 17 yards a catch last week on 10 catches. Just 12 yards today on 5 catches.
Hopkins comes in averaging 94.4 yards per game receiving. And another Pro Bowl, his third. 50 seconds to go in the third. Deep drop. Watson uncorks it to Ryan Griffin. And the tight end has enough for the first down. Trey Sullivan with the tackle for Philadelphia.
And offensive line now stepping up and giving Watson not only escape routes out of the pocket, but time to throw on these last two. He could really survey the field and find two wide open receivers.
First down for Houston at the Philadelphia 46. Watson shuffles to the side and tosses it to Hopkins. He drilled it in there with Maddox back defensively. 16-yard pass play, and that'll do it for this third quarter. End of 3, Philadelphia 23, the Texans 16. Back to Philly after this message and a word from your local station. You're watching the NFL on CBS, the home of Super Bowl 53. Well, these teams have been grappling all day. 23-16, Philadelphia leading Houston. We start the fourth quarter at Lincoln Financial Field. Huge implications on both sides. Philadelphia trying to stay in the conversation in the NFC. Houston trying to get itself a first-round bye and lock up the division. Line of scrimmage is the 31. Quick toss to Hopkins. Flag is down on the catch and curl. A second flag comes in as he's dropped at the 30-yard line.
And Demaryius Thomas is hurt. He may get called for this penalty too.
Oh boy, Thomas not putting any weight on that left leg. And now goes down in a heap.
In the back, offense number 70. 10-yard penalty replay. First down.
Davenport called on the penalty, and Houston, we talked about how thin they are in the secondary. They're thin at wide receiver, and Thomas needs additional assistance. Demaryius Thomas, the veteran Pro Bowler, is down.
The 2019 Pro Bowl presented by Verizon. Go to NFL.com/Pro Bowl on sale to get your tickets today.
Number 87 is Demaryius Thomas. He's going to try to get spun around here and get in blocking position, but watch the right leg, just gives out on him.
Yeah, Thomas is being carted off.
It appeared to be a lower right leg injury. And never a good sign.
No, I think he's been such a positive addition to this squad. Came over in the deal with Denver. Will Fuller, torn ACL, out for the year. Kiki QT out with a hamstring injury. DeAndre Carter now is being asked to do more. Sacramento State, who's bounced around a number of practice squads. Hot pass to Carter, and he handles it across the 35 for 7. NFL Today update. JB, Nate Burleson.
Dallas a quarter away from clinching the East.
After the Cowboys losing last week, they get Dak on the horse and they gallop. Michael Gallup for the touchdown, 4-yard TD. The Cowboys are rolling 27-13.
Just starting the fourth. Back to Ian, Dan, and Evan.
And of course, that Dallas win would then put Philadelphia out of the mix for the division title. They'll be focused in on Minnesota, what the Vikings do over the final 2 weeks. Vincent Smith is also in out of Livingstone College. Watson pass is nearly intercepted. It was Maddox who had a beat on it, intended for Carter.
A good read by Maddox. Watch him come off his receiver, see the outcut by Carter, and then just drop this potential interception. He's got 2 on the year and has really been a very valuable member of this secondary for the Eagles. Safety, corner, nickel, playing corner today.
3rd and 13 for Houston. Just underway here in the 4th. Watson loses the ball on the sack. Scooped up by Fletcher Cox. And the Eagles take over. A swarm of birds.
Now Brandon Graham is going to get the hit on Watson. Watson never saw him, never felt him until he rocked him. 5th sack of the season for Graham.
Oh, Graham and Long get in there.
Well, let's give the sack then to the shrine maker, Chris Long. Tremendous pressure.
So the combination gets to Watson. When there's a turnover for Philadelphia, they don the ski mask. They're stealing the football away from the opponent.
And that's exactly what they did. And Chris Long is proudly wearing it.
Flag down, ran out of time.
5-yard penalty, 1st down.
So after the delay, back it up to the 49-yard line. Philadelphia leads it 23-16. And right now it's Fletcher Cox wearing the mask. Do they wash that thing?
Do they share it?
I think they share it. They only have one. 1st and 15. Fake it. Foles. Great hands. Aguilar. And he brings it in at the 36-yard line for 13.
Great hands by Aguilar. Watch him go high for this one. Foles very calm and cool in the pocket. Kind of faded away with that pass. That's why it came in a little high, but not too high.
4 catches, 111 yards, and a touchdown for Aguilar. Foles is closing in on 400 yards through the air. 2nd and 2. Now the play whistle dead on the give to Adams. Timeout called. Philadelphia uses its first timeout.
First charge timeout, Philadelphia. 30-second timeout.
Well, you mentioned the shrine. Chris Long created a shrine to Nick Foles. This is in the locker room. And this shrine has candles. It has Foles' book, Believe It. It's got a picture of him in a Rams jersey. This is very similar to Major League in Serrano's locker.
I talked to Chris about it. He said, oh, you know, it's all in good fun. And Carson Wentz doesn't have a problem with it because Wentz and Foles are such good buddies. But Chris Long, a little bit like his daddy, not all there.
They just needed a shot of rum for Jobu to make it complete.
That comes later.
Adams on the circle. And he's brought down at the 30-yard line by Colvin. 6-yard pickup. We check in with Evan Washburn.
Well, guys, an injury you never want to hear for an athlete. It's an Achilles injury for Demaryius Thomas. We obviously saw him carted off. He had to be carried into the locker room, so obviously he is out with an Achilles. Also to note, Jonathan Joseph has not returned to this game. He's dealing with a neck injury listed as questionable, but again, has not been in the last 2 series for the Texans.
Yeah, this has been a rough day if you look at it from a macro view for Houston. Not just the current scoreboard, but down the road potentially for the Texans. Foles on the toss to Golden Tate. Picks up 3.5 yards on the play.
Foles just having an outstanding afternoon. You talked about how close he's getting to 400 yards. Well, he's dealing it too. Like that point guard you talked about. 9 different receivers have caught a Foles pass.
And look, there's the team aspect, which Foles is all in on, trying to lead this team to the playoffs and then go on another magic carpet ride. But there's also the individual storyline for Foles in 2019 and beyond. It's an audition for the rest of the league to take a look at with Foles. Sproles on a spin move, flag down as Sproles is dumped at the 21-yard line. J.J. Watt may have jumped. John Parry will make the call.
Offside. Defense, number 99. 5-yard penalty, replay. Second down.
Yep, that's all it takes. That little jump there into the neutral zone. Got to give Lane Johnson a lot of credit today. Been a frustrating afternoon for Watt.
J.J. Watt, we asked him what makes this team tick. He said, we always find a way. We don't always know where it's going to come from. So many different scenarios this season. It's been a fun ride for the Texans, but they're trying to avoid a loss and a 10-5 record. They stack up Adams. Jadeveon Clowney leading that charge for Houston. It's a loss of 2 for Philly.
A lot of times when you face a defender like a Clowney, you want to run the ball at him. It's not been a good idea so far today. He's so athletic, fighting off the block of Vatae, and then getting the ball carrier for a loss. How conservative will the Eagles be here with a 7-point lead and well in field goal range?
403 total yards for Philadelphia. 3rd and 3 for the Eagles. Foles. Floater caught by Ertz. Zach Ertz. Oh, what a play! Touchdown, Eagles. The shake and bake move by Ertz. 4 touchdowns on the day for Foles, and that is number 2 for Ertz.
Well, he got a big block there by Alshon Jeffrey. That was pass interference on Jeffrey as he was blocking on Justin Reed down the field, but Ertz doesn't know any of that. He's just going to break tackles from the 11-yard line now. He puts his head down and gets all the way to the pay dirt.
And it's 403 yards for Foles.
And another missed extra point.
Oh, wow. Jake Elliott. They just pushed that one. Philadelphia up 29-16. Ertz on a day where he set an NFL record for most catches by a tight end in a season. He's got another souvenir with his 2nd touchdown reception of the day.
We're more than just is sponsored by the Ram 1500, Motor Trend's 2019 Truck of the Year. Verizon, the best unlimited is on Verizon, America's most awarded network. And by Pizza Hut, official pizza sponsor of the NFL.
Back here in Philadelphia, Nick Foles is dealing. 31 of 40, 403 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 1 pick. Philadelphia now in front 29-16. DeAndre Carter, he got hammered at the 23-yard line. Leroy Reynolds on special teams.
Well, a lot more Foles magic. 2 days from Christmas, St. Nick is delivering. 31 of 40, 403, 4 scores. That beautiful bomb of 83 to Aguilar. And then Ertz with his 2nd catch for a touchdown this afternoon.
And the Texans are down 13 after the missed extra point by Elliott. 3-yard gain going up the middle for Houston.
The Eagles got away with one on that Ertz touchdown. We're going to check out Ertz right here. He's going to come on a little flat, but this is the look right here. Jeffrey runs over Justin Reed, wide open. Ertz goes in for the score, and the officials missed it.
And Jeffrey got injured on that play as well, so we'll keep an eye on that. DeAndre Hopkins with the grab. It's good enough for a first down. Still have 9:40 to play here in the 4th quarter. Well, the Texans are short on weapons and hampered in the secondary as well because of injuries today. See if Watson gets his tight ends more involved here. Griffin, Akins, Thomas. Watson throws it underneath, caught by Carter. And Motors for a first down. Catch and run of 11 yards. Move the chains.
That's 5 catches now for Carter. The other wide receiver is the rookie Vincent Smith out of Limestone.
Oh, Limestone.
Yeah.
I couldn't read my writing apparently. Division II limestone in Gaffney, North Carolina.
Do they play Slippery Rock?
We'll have to check. They're the Saints, by the way. And he's brought down.
Yeah, he got rid of the ball. And
incomplete for Watson as Fletcher Cox got hold of him.
He has some real strength by Deshaun Watson. Fletcher Cox, 310 pounds, trying to get him to the ground. Takes another shot right there from Hicks.
Second down and 10 now for Houston. They trail 29-16.
The Houston Texans have got to start thinking about getting the ball to their tight ends, as Hopkins is going to draw a lot of coverage.
Watson out of the pocket. What a pass. DeAndre Carter, first down at the 30-yard line, covers 24 yards. Watson is so elusive but still under control when he's on the move.
Carter only had 12 catches all season. He's got 6 in this game.
Remember, he was with the Eagles earlier this season. They picked him up off waivers. Watson to Blue. 9-yard gain through the air. Corey Graham in on that stop for Philadelphia. So clock is moving. We approach 8 minutes to play in the fourth. Philadelphia Eagles put up 30 points last week in a win over Los Angeles. They have 29 today against Houston. Texans only allow an average of 20 points per game. High toss. Hopkins, who has made some extraordinary catches throughout his career, and a couple this year that didn't even count, couldn't haul that one in. Rasul Douglas in coverage.
Yeah, you're almost disappointed when he doesn't stick his right hand up and pull it in one-handed.
Third and 1.
Well, obviously, they're going to throw this ball. If they don't get it, fourth down, they will go for it.
Neither team has run the ball effectively here today. 52 rushing yards for Houston, 32 for Philly. Watson is dunked. Trayvon Hester gets to the quarterback. It's fourth down after the loss of 8.
Yeah, this would be Hester's first sack of his career as he just goes right down the middle, beating the block of the rookie Rankin.
Former Raider, a 7th-round pick last year. And now it's 4th and 9 for Houston. Just over 7 minutes to play. Watson, step and throw. Caught by Blue, short of the first down. Eagles take over. Rasul Douglas with the smack. Philadelphia with the football and the lead in the fourth. Stay tuned. NFL Today update delivered by Pizza Hut, time permitting. JB, Phil, Nate, Boomer, Coach Cower. Latest NFL scores and highlights. Nick Foles, his 4th career game in a Philadelphia uniform of 400 yards or more through the year. That is the most all-time in Eagles history.
When you break Sonny Jurgensen's record, that is saying something.
You're doing something right. Give it to Adams. And he is dropped as he crossed the 25-yard line. Gain of 3. J.J. Watt has been held in check today by Philadelphia. Ertz, 6th career game with 11 or more receptions. And that ties the most by a tight end all time, Tony Gonzalez. Now the concerns will be moving forward here for Houston. If this score holds up, Texans are home for Jacksonville next week in the regular season finale. And the injuries, a huge issue. Dallas Goedert with the catch, and Andre Hal holding on to make sure Goddard didn't break free.
Yeah, lining up as a wide receiver. Watch the hands here. And Foles on target again. He may go for 500 yards the way he's playing so far today. Good tackle by Andre Hall, or Hal. That one might have gone the distance.
Goddard, who walked on at South Dakota State. The Jackrabbits.
He's a big jackrabbit.
He is. Second-round pick. All-time record for Foles is 428 yards. His personal high. He's got 427 now. Adams sticks the helmet down. The ball comes free. Knocked around, and Houston's got it. The Texans come up with a turnover. Justin Reed on the recovery for Houston with 5:21 to go.
Yeah, it looked like Zach Cunningham may have pulled this one out. Punches it out there with his right hand. And then heads up. That is Josh Adams' first career fumble. And it has given the Texans a little bit of life.
The Eagles were using clock. Just trying to get this thing to the finish line. And now it just got a little more interesting. Houston, first down at its own 45-yard line. 29-16, Philadelphia. Foreman in the backfield. 6 carries, 1 yard. Watson trying to push it to the sideline. And Maddox gets a piece working against Hopkins. Incomplete.
Well, he knew he had safety help deep, so he can undercut this route as he does. And almost comes up with a pick. He had a shot at a pick earlier in the game. And this one was just a really intelligent play, knowing where his help was deep in the secondary.
So 2nd and 10 for Houston. They've been held to 257 yards of offense. There's a 200-yard difference between Philadelphia's output and the Texans. Watson to Griffin. And Griffin a little slow to get up. A late flag tossed. Did LeBlanc lead with his helmet? Penalty marker came out as Griffin went down. Football was placed at the 49-yard line.
Turnover, now 15-yard penalty. You're right, Ian. Watch the head of LeBlanc. Barely, but he went with a shoulder right to the head of a defenseless receiver here.
And you see Griffin's neck snap.
Looked like his neck elongated too. Oof. Ouch.
And Griffin heads into the pop-up tent. That is 10 penalties, costing the Eagles 100 yards. And flags everywhere.
False start. Offense number 73. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Rules analyst Gene Steratore watching from New York. Gene, what'd you see on the previous play?
I think this is a very difficult play to officiate and also rule on. He's a runner, and the defender turns his body, does not make contact with the crown of his helmet. Although he does contact the runner in the head or neck, he's a runner. So his knee does go down just prior to, but I would think that I'd like to stay away from that being a foul.
Thanks very much, Gene. It was a late flag, so there was that moment where the official was trying to determine which way they were going to go.
Oh, what a catch.
DeAndre Hopkins, incredible hands. How did he bring this one in?
The ball thrown low and to the outside. Good coverage there. But look at those hands, the cradle, pulling it to his chest before he hits the ground. Spectacular.
And he was being held by Rasul Douglas. All in one play. 2nd and 1 for Houston. Still alive here. Hopkins working the sideline.
What a show. Throw it low, throw it high. It doesn't matter.
And he's just cracked 100 yards. 9 catches for 104. DeAndre Hopkins.
Again, Douglas with real good coverage and misses the ball by about 3 inches.
So Houston has a first down at the 20-yard line. 4:49 remaining in the fourth. From the gun, Watson out of the pocket. In pursuit, Watson finds the open man for the touchdown. Deontay Foreman. Watson keeps the play alive with his legs and then uses his arm to cut into the Philadelphia lead.
Well, you talked about J.J. Watt saying that the Texans find a way. Well, they're finding their way back into this one. They get the fumble recovery, and then in a couple of plays later, Watson mobility and arm strength, and Deontay Foreman for the score.
Watson, his first touchdown through the air. He's got 2 on the ground. And the extra point, Fairbairn knocks it through. A huge fumble by Philadelphia to give Houston second life. Don't forget, coming up, a game with huge playoff implications. Pittsburgh, with a victory, moves one step closer to the postseason. While if New Orleans wins, they can wrap up the #1 seed in the NFC. Second half of our doubleheader is coming up next on CBS.
And what do they always say about missed extra points?
What do they say?
They come back to haunt you.
Oh, I've heard that.
Yeah, we've had a couple today, but the biggest one was the last one by Jake Elliott. 6-point lead instead of 7.
And Philadelphia's prior possession, they're basically looking to take the air out of the ball, rightfully so. They're up 13 points, using clock.
They're at midfield.
Yep, everything is lined up. The one thing that can't happen is you cough up the football.
Yep.
And it happened.
And then DeAndre Hopkins put on a show along with his quarterback Watson.
Do you have Hopkins as the best receiver in the NFL right now?
He's my most favorite.
Yeah. Kickoff, Fairbairn. It's a short kick. Scott from the 10-yard line for Philly. Scott slowed down, and Scott rumbles to the 45. Fairbairn had to get in there to make the play on the returner.
Well, he should, because he kicked it so short. I mean, that allowed this running start for Boston. He takes advantage of the blocking, gets the ball all the way to the 45-yard line, where the Eagles just were before the Adams fumble.
So Houston has 3 timeouts remaining, the 2-minute warning. There's 4:34 on the clock. And Philadelphia with possession, 29-23 Eagles. Philly trying to stay in the conversation in the NFC playoff picture. Remember, Alshon Jeffrey was hurt on a prior possession, setting a pick for Ertz, 2-yard pickup. J.J. Watt with the tackle.
A smart timeout by Bill O'Brien.
So Houston has 2 timeouts left. Here's the scenario for both teams. With a win, Houston clinches the division, and they stay alive for a first-round playoff bye, which would be the first in franchise history. Philadelphia, 7-7 on the year. They've battled back to get themselves into a position to maybe make a playoff run, having won 3 of their last 4 games. Down to Evan Washburn.
Well, and you mentioned Alshon Jeffrey. He's currently on the sideline with a jacket on. He had a heating pad on his right knee. He's been dealing with cramps, and that's something that's been going throughout this entire game for Jeffrey. But again, currently on the sideline with his helmet.
2 catches, 63 yards for Jeffrey, 52-yard grab. 2nd and 8. Foles. Aguilar with a catch, short of the first down, and another timeout used. It'll be 3rd and short.
And it's been an outstanding day on 3rd downs for the Eagles, converting 7 of 13. And not too bad on 4th down today, too, with 4 for 4.
So Texans now have 1 timeout left. We have 4:23 on the clock. Doug Peterson's team facing a 3rd and 3. Watson, 273 yards through the air, a touchdown. Also has a couple of rushing touchdowns. Nick Foles, 432 yards, a new high for him. 4 touchdowns and a pick. You get a first down here. It's worth 2 minutes of clock for Philadelphia. This is a 3rd and 3. Motion man Aguilar. Sproles shifts to the backfield. Foles on 3rd and 3. Stands in the pocket. Throws. Incomplete. Golden Tate, the intended receiver. And a mismatch against Dylan Cole. The linebacker holds up for Houston.
Great reaction by Cole. He saw Tate coming the whole way, dives for his right hip, and spins him around so he can't make the catch. Huge play by Dylan Cole.
And Philadelphia will punt with 4:17 on the clock. This game has taken a turn after the Josh Adams fumble.
And that incomplete stopped the clock.
Johnston kicking to DeAndre Carter. Try to pin them deep. The bounce. And it dies. The question, was there contact when he was in the end zone? Looked like Philadelphia had it played perfectly, but they waited just a bit. They may have gotten too greedy.
Yeah, lack of communication here. Hall's got a shot there.
Yep.
Yeah, it's touched there with Reynolds in the end zone. Huge mistake on special teams.
Johnston did his job. You could have downed that one at the 5 at the very least. And then they wanted that thing to roll to the 1, but the ball takes a funny bounce. Yeah. Get it when you can.
Greed is not good.
No. 29-23 Philadelphia. Houston with the football. 1st and 10 at its own 20-yard line. Trailing by 6.
Keep your eye on number 10 if you're the Eagles.
The Texans have done this all year. Coming from behind. Dump off. Foreman gets out of bounds. Stops the clock with 4:01 to play. 8-yard pickup on the toss.
Yeah, a real good block that time by Hopkins on the outside. Ran a slant route and got in the way of the linebacker that was covering Foreman.
Bill O'Brien calling the plays for Houston. 8 come from behind wins this season, the most in the NFL. The Texans have walked a tightrope, and they usually survive. Watson out of the pocket. Flag down as Watson runs for the first down. Gets out of bounds at the 39-yard line.
Rasul Douglas and Hopkins were tangled up along the sideline there.
12-yard run for Watson. And Hopkins is making his case. The officials walk away.
Illegal contact, defense, number 32, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
It is Douglas called for the penalty.
And the question there is, was Watson out of the pocket running? Because then that illegal contact would be wiped out, but a 12-yard gain really doesn't matter.
And now the pressure on Jim Schwartz's defensive unit. Philadelphia 27th in the NFL in team defense. Houston now has it to the 45. 3:54 to go. Shotgun for Watson. Watson is met from the side. Couldn't break away from Chris Long. It goes down as a sack and a loss of 1 for Houston.
Well, from the left side of the screen, look at how Chris Long keeps fighting to get to Watson. He just got rid of the block from Lamb and got to the quarterback.
Texans trying to move quickly here. 3:27 to go. Watson, a low throw.
Yeah, he lost his footing as he delivered that ball.
Intended target was Ryan Griffin. And Watson is up on his feet, but now facing a 3rd and 11.
Man, just as he was letting that ball go, his right leg came out on this turf here. Ball went right into the turf itself.
J.J. Watt said, we know how talented Deshaun Watson is. He gets us out of tough situations. There's a belief that if we do our job on defense, he will figure out a way to get it done on offense.
Well, the luxury here is it's 3rd down. They'll obviously go for it on 4th down as well.
3rd and 11. Watson steps up, spins. Watson somehow upright. Watson tosses downfield to Jordan Akins.
Wow.
He is a magician.
Wow.
Deshaun Watson looked like he was going to be brought down on 3 occasions. Instead, it's a 22-yard hookup.
Well, how many Eagles had a shot at him? Spinning him around, keeping his composure. He is cool, isn't he?
303 yards through the air for Watson. 2:54 and counting left in the 4th. Texans trying to rally. Watson too high for Hopkins, incomplete. Second and 10 for Houston.
Hopkins was glad to see that ball sail way over his head, because coming with bad intentions was the safety Corey Graham. Little cover 2 action there. He got beyond Douglas, but Graham was waiting for him deep.
Second down for the Texans. 2:48 on the clock. Foreman in the backfield. Oh, the ball came free and recovered by Nick Martin. Deontay Foreman playing in his first game of the season, and he just lost it on his own.
Absolutely. It's like he was trying to shift it from his left arm to his right arm. The pig skin squirted out.
And now it's 3rd and 11 again. 2:20 left to play in the 4th.
They shift Hopkins to the far side against the rookie Maddox.
Watson steps, throws, end zone. Smith, he's in, touchdown. Vincent Smith with the grab. A dazzling throw by Watson.
This is just his 2nd catch of the year. Knee is down. Does he have control? And apparently so. The concentration, he collapses down, gets that knee, and just before it slides out of the back of the end zone.
Just extraordinary what Deshaun Watson is doing. They're down to backup wide receivers, and Vincent Smith out of Limestone College brings it in. Gene Steratore, rules analyst, watching from our New York studios. Gene?
1 knee equals 2 feet. From the angle that I have from the back of the end zone, that right knee lands prior to the left knee going out, and I have that as a touchdown. A great play and a great ruling on the field by the officials.
Just superb. Deshaun Watson going for it all, working Vincent Smith to the end zone against Rasul Douglas. All scoring plays are reviewed. They are taking a look. An extra point would put Houston in front with 2:04 to go. Ruling on the field was a touchdown for the Texans.
Incredible throw by Watson. High arching throw. And to look for the rookie who only caught 1 ball all year.
The ruling on the field of a touchdown is confirmed with possession, knee down in the end zone.
What a turn of events in South Philly.
Tremendous job by the officials, too, to see this right knee.
There.
You're thinking about that left knee. It, I believe, was down in the end zone as well, but the right knee clearly in and possession all the way to the ground.
And now the extra point, which has not been a guarantee. Fairbairn. He's got it. Houston takes the lead. 30-29, Texans with 2:04 to go in Philadelphia. Huge game at Lincoln Financial Field. The Texans and the Eagles. Nick Foles stepping in for the injured Carson Wentz. Had the long hookup to Aguilar. Foles has thrown for 432 yards, 4 touchdowns, 2 of them to Ertz. But the turnover by Adams kept Houston in this game. And then Watson connects with Foreman for the touchdown. They get the football back, and then it's Vincent Smith. Division II product, forced to play because of an injury to Demaryius Thomas. And somehow, Houston has taken the lead, 30-29. A victory here, and they will clinch the AFC South title. A loss for Philadelphia, and the Eagles will be in peril for going to the playoffs after winning a Super Bowl. 69% of the teams that won a Super Bowl go to the playoffs the following year. The kick. It's Boston Scott. And Scott out of bounds as we hit 2 minutes to play. A.J. Moore getting down the field on special teams. 2-minute warning. Philadelphia needs a field goal to win and keep their playoff hopes alive.
Wait. Sponsored by Subway. Now delivering to your front door. And by Bud Light. Reminding you not to drink and ride your horse.
Coming down to the wire here in South Philly. Bill O'Brien's squad with a 30-29 lead over Doug Peterson's team. Texans win, and they clinch the AFC South. They stay alive for home field in the divisional round of the playoffs. Does Foles have some magic left? That pass incomplete, trying to hit Zach Ertz. They need to get to right around the 38-yard line to get into Jake Elliott's range. You're still looking at a 55, 56-yarder. So that's 51 yards that Philadelphia needs.
And Boston Scott takes that kickoff out of the end zone to the 10-yard line, costing his team 15 free yards.
Hey, Dan, Alphonse Jeffrey is in. He lines up by himself to the left of Foles on a 2nd and 10. Step and throw too high. Aguilar and Matthew. So we've had missed extra points here, including Elliott. And then Philadelphia went for 2 rather inexplicably very early. So lost points on the scoreboard. Eagles currently down by 1.
And that missed extra point was in this direction as well.
3rd down and 10 for Philly. 1:50 to play. Sproles in the backfield. Foles, rush coming. Rifles, caught at the 30. Alshon Jeffrey climbs the imaginary ladder, and Foles is down.
And they had a penalty, roughing the passer as well.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, defense, number 90.
It is Clowney.
Penalty, automatic 1st down.
So that's plus 15 on the back end of the catch, but right now the concern is for Nick Foles.
And Clowney saying, what did I do wrong? He didn't hit him in the head, didn't carry his body weight down on top of Foles. Lowers his head, that's got to be the call. If he doesn't lower his head right here, I don't think he gets penalized. But by doing that, the flag will come.
The backup is Nate Sudfeld. Young quarterback out of Indiana.
How about this catch by Jeffrey? The 50-50 ball, tight coverage by Jonathan Joseph.
That's an incredible grab. Gene Steratore just watched this whole sequence in New York, our rules analyst here at CBS. Gene, your impressions of what you just saw?
I think, Ian, what Dan had just talked about with Jadeveon Clowney lowering his helmet, I think he hit that right on the head. He's exactly right. If Clowney puts his helmet to the side, I don't think we have a foul there, but that lowering the helmet to initiate that contact in Nick Foles' chest, that's going to bring a flag every time, and rightly so.
Now you hope it's just getting the wind knocked out of him and not a shoulder or a rib injury, but that is right to the solar plexus. And the 15 yards now is huge.
So Sudfeld is in. Nick Foles broke his collarbone against Houston in November of 2014. Check in with Evan Washburn.
Well, guys, good signs here from Nick Foles. He's worked his way through this, obviously made his way to the sideline, taking some warm-up throws. It appears to be more of getting the wind knocked out of him from the helmet to the chest area. Again, looked much better, and he wants to get back in this game right now.
Sudfeld hasn't thrown a pass this year. Fires to the sideline. Incomplete. In the area of Jordan Matthews, and Foles will trot back onto the field. Minnesota got the win against Detroit, 27-9. So with that victory, a Philadelphia loss here, and the Eagles are out.
Plenty of time here with 2 timeouts to get in range for Elliott.
Still needs 17 yards to get Elliott a legitimate opportunity. 1:34 to play. 2nd and 10. Foles back in. Foles lofts it. Incomplete. Nelson Aguilar, the intended receiver. It's 3rd and 10 for Philadelphia.
And give Aaron Colvin a lot of credit. He was stride for stride with Aguilar. I think Foles saw that and thought he could squeeze it in along the sideline, but the ball drifted.
On the last drive, Houston converted on 2 3rd and 11s. Philadelphia just hit on a 3rd and 10, and now they face another 3rd and 10 from the Eagles' 45. 1:29 to play. Eagles trailing Houston by 1. Foles, protection holds up. Foles, perfectly thrown to Ertz. It's a 1st down.
Now, Ertz has made a lot of big catches today. This is the biggest of the afternoon. Maintains his balance after almost tripping, adjusting to the ball thrown to his back shoulder. Good for 20 yards and perhaps in range for Elliott.
The line of scrimmage is now the 35-yard line.
About a 53-yarder from now if they don't gain another yard.
Nick Foles has set a new Eagles record, 471 passing yards. Foles, he tried to lead Sproles. That play has worked on a couple of occasions today. Zach Cunningham was over there for Houston, stops the clock with 1:20 to play.
Yeah, it worked for a touchdown in the 1st quarter. But I think Sproles saw that tackler coming. They have been distracted.
2nd down for Philadelphia. Foles is 35 of 48 for 471 yards, 4 touchdowns.
And that's where an incompletion doesn't really hurt you. Stops the clock, saves the timeouts.
1:20 to go. Running play. It's Sproles. He's got room. Sproles makes a cut and hit from behind. Another 1st down for Philly inside the 20. 16-yard burst for the veteran Sproles.
14 years in the NFL. Still can't believe that a couple of teams like the Chargers and Saints gave up on this guy. He is a giant of a competitor.
Good block from Kelsey up front. And now 48 seconds left. Philadelphia well within range.
Houston ought to be thinking about using that last timeout.
1st down for Philadelphia at the 19. Foles from the gun. It's a running play. Sproles goes down low to get back to the line of scrimmage. DJ Reader is in there.
Now, right now, they're just thinking about which hash mark, which part of the field do you, Jake Elliott, want this ball to be placed? It's about a 37-yarder from right about here, and that's the key for the kicker.
Elliott getting some warm-up kicks in. Philadelphia has used the timeout. So the Eagles are down to 1. Houston has the 1 remaining. Bill O'Brien might be holding on to it just to ice Elliott.
That's about its only chance right now.
Don't forget, coming up, Pittsburgh at New Orleans. Big game in the second half of our doubleheader here on CBS. Steelers trying to stay alive. The Saints looking to secure the #1 seed in the NFC. So the Minnesota victory has put an additional layer of pressure on Philadelphia. They have to win to stay in the playoff picture. An incredible rally from Deshaun Watson to put Houston in this position, leading 30-29. On second down for the Eagles. The run to Sproles and angles towards the left. So that answers the question, Dan, where Philadelphia wanted the football. And 3 seconds remain on the clock.
And put it in the hands of a real veteran, too. Got that ball on the draw play, covered it up with both hands.
Jake Elliott, 3 career game-winning field goals in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter and overtime. He is staring at a 35-yard attempt. Houston has the 1 timeout remaining. Johnston is the holder. Lovato is the snapper. "35-yard attempt." And there's the timeout. So Bill O'Brien will give Jake Elliott a little more time to think about this one.
You'll see the Texans will put J.J. Watt right in the middle.
Elliott in just his second year in the NFL. He's made some big kicks for the Eagles. This is from 35 yards away. Elliott lines up. Jake Elliott sweeps the leg. He's got it. That's a winner. The Eagles' playoff hopes still alive. Jake Elliott sticks it from 35 yards away. Eagles 32, Texans 30. Your final in Philly. The playoff picture in the NFC. Eagles still in the hunt. Minnesota at 8-6-1. Seattle 8-6. The Eagles now 8-7. The loss for Houston. And now the Texans are at 10-5. They had a chance to get a first-round bye. Texans will be home for Jacksonville. Philadelphia will be in Washington to wrap up the regular season. A thriller in Philly. Stay tuned. The Steelers and the Saints coming up. For Dan Faust, Evan Washburn, the rest of our crew, Ian East.
Across the middle, wide open. Another big game for Thomas. Running away from Edmonds. And it's all the way down to the Pittsburgh side of the field at the 43, gain of 28.
Just a quick slant. And the two things you see over and over again, Thomas, when you pressure, they're going to throw the ball quickly. He's got great eyes looking around where everyone is. Special talent right there. But run the ball straight at him, straight downhill.
Spotted, kicked, up. It is gone! It's gone! The Eagles win!
What an outstanding football game. Now that's a fun game. That's outstanding. The Eagles on 11 plays, Mr. Reese, they go 72 yards. Jake Elliott topped it off with a 35-yard bomb right through the uprights.
Last week's game.
It's good indeed. The Eagles come from behind. Final drive to stun the Houston Texans by a score of 32-30. Woo! Welcome to the postgame show presented by Rico. Chris McPherson alongside former Eagles linebacker Ike Reese. That game had it all. The Eagles had a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. Once again, it slid away, and you thought maybe this is going to be the story of the season, that once again the Eagles are unable to finish. They're trailing 30-29. They get the ball one last time. Nick Foles takes a shot in the end zone. He's hurt, has to come out for one play, comes back in, gutsy drive. There was a pass over the middle of Zach Ertz, who capped off a record-breaking day where he set the all-time single-season record for most catches by a tight end, and then a few more receptions to get the Eagles within field goal range. And Jake Elliott, okay, known for the dramatics last season with that win over the Giants, missed an extra point earlier in the game, makes up for it with the 35-yard field goal, and you just heard the call there, courtesy of Merrill Reese, giving us the game winner. The Eagles saved their season, improved to 8-7, another win over a division-leading team, Ike, and woo! They have put themselves in position now. Some bad news happening around the rest of the league. Dallas winning, they clinched the NFC East. Minnesota won, so they still are in control for that last wildcard spot. But nonetheless, though, the Eagles had to save their season, and what a gutsy drive as Nick Foles, 471 passing yards, sets the all-time single-game passing record for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, just an outstanding game, Chris. I mean, you look at the offensive side of the ball, and boy, did they come to play today. Now, today, in my opinion, this might have been the best, the offensive look, especially from the passing aspect of the game. But really just a gutsy performance. Came out, dominated. I thought the defense, they relaxed a little bit there in the second half. Give Houston a lot of credit. They didn't give up, obviously, with a lot to play for on the line for them. They're trying to get a bye week. They climb back into this game. They take the lead, but the Eagles showing resilience. And Nick Foles, like you said, that big shot he took in the end zone to add 15 yards to the big throw he was able to complete to Alshon Jeffrey, and then the throw to Zach Ertz, they really put them in field goal range. I think just a clutch performance by Nick coming down the stretch with this offense. You put the ball in his hands. You needed a field goal to go in and win the game in the end, and Nick Foles was able to do it. Really, not able. I haven't seen the Eagles do this. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Not since the Colts game had they come back. I mean, this late in the game had a game-winning drive like they did in this game here. So, we haven't seen very many of these type of victories this year. We've often been on the wrong side of these type of games, but it's great to see this team coming off of that game last week against the Rams. I was so concerned about an emotional letdown coming off of that big win last week, but they came home in what could be the final home game of the season, and they really put on an offensive performance for this home crowd. And what a thrilling victory in what could be possibly the last game. Well, will be the last game they play because the Cowboys won the East.
Yes.
Yeah, Cowboys won the East, so it will be the last game. And what a game to go out on, man. Well, what a game to go out on.
We've had some dramatic finishes this year, and we got to come to the set right afterwards, and it's hard to kind of compartmentalize everything right off the bat to be able to get ready to do the broadcast. And once again, it's great doing this in such thrilling fashion. Again, it has been a playoff-like atmosphere for the Eagles going to L.A. last weekend, the big win, underdogs, huge spread that they were against, able to get the win on the road. But that game also allowed the Rams to climb back into the game late. Well, here once again, not only did they allow the Texans to get back in the ball game, the Texans got the lead, and everyone's starting to think, this can't happen. This is no way that this season is going to end like this. And it all goes on the shoulders of Nick Foles, who, once again, franchise record most passing yards in a game, 471, and really with no rushing game today. Everything was on him. You look at the time of possession differential, almost 34 minutes the Eagles had the football, 462 total net passing yards when all is said and done, because only 57 yards on the ground. This was on Nick Foles' shoulders today, and he delivered in a big way. And, give the rest of the offense credit for coming with the big plays. You mentioned on the final drive, Alshon Jeffrey had a 50-yard catch earlier in the game. 3rd down and 10, hauls the ball in the middle of the field, and he had to come out for a brief time with some sort of injury. Zach Ertz, I don't know what he finished with on the day, okay? Double-digit receptions.
112, 113.
Double-digit receptions once again for him, but getting the big catch, as you mentioned, to get the Eagles into field goal range. Nelson Aguilar and Darren Sproles also with big catches on that drive. So top to bottom there, this is one that we're going to be talking about and remembering for a long time. The key is you just hope that it's going to be all for a playoff spot at the end of the day. So this reminds me, we're coming up to the 10-year anniversary of 44-6, okay?
Yeah, yep.
When the Eagles need all those crazy things that happen on the last day of the regular season to get into the playoffs, it sort of feels like it's that type of feeling going into Week 17 here. So let's get a sense of what it's like over at Lincoln Financial Field. We're going to bring in Eagles insider Dave Spadaro and Amy Campbell. And Dave, just take us through your perspective, your vantage point of watching Nick Foles gut it out after taking the big hit and leading the Eagles to that game-winning drive.
Yeah, calm, cool, and collected, poised, everything that we've seen from Nick Foles throughout his time as a Philadelphia Eagle, spreading the football around. Some really, really big throws at obviously critical times, 3rd downs, getting the ball out quickly, spreading it around, and really just tormenting a Texans defense that came in. I felt the Eagles were going to go after the cornerbacks. They lost some players in the defensive secondary, and the Eagles, as you need to do, took advantage of great matchups.
Yeah, instant classic for Nick Foles, a game we'll be talking about forever. Of course, you guys mentioned the records that he set personally in franchise-wise, and just amazing throws and amazing poise coming back in from that injury, that vicious hit. I mean, if that doesn't get your blood pumping, I don't know what does. It was an awesome performance from Nick Foles.
I tell you, Amy, great job on that offensive side of the ball. I know we'll be talking about them all show long, but I thought the defense came up with some big plays. Chris Long and Avonte Maddox stood out to me on that side of the ball today. Avonte Maddox with a tough job of trying to guard DeAndre Hopkins, and then Chris Long coming in with some big sacks, forced a fumble that I thought was a big moment in the game where Fletcher Cox recovered that. Talk about the old guy and Chris Long and the young guy and Avonte Maddox and how they played today.
Yeah, I think that's well said. You have the old guy and the young guy making amazing plays and big stops here. I think one of the big stats I looked at for the Texans today was that they were 3 of 10 on 3rd down. So the Eagles really able to just hunker down and stop them to get the momentum going as well. And one of the things about this Texans team is when you look at the stat sheet after their games, they don't look like they win, but they're winning, and you have that 4th quarter Deshaun Watson that always comes into play. And so the fact that the Eagles were able to overcome that from the Texans today, I think, was huge for this defense.
Yeah, and frankly, I was disappointed with the way the Eagles closed out defensively. I thought with a 29-16 lead, a 13-point lead, you have a chance to really finish them off, and they didn't after the Josh Adams fumble, and then late in the game, another drive down the field. But yeah, you're right. There were some big plays. I want to see 60 minutes of complete defense. Did not see it today, really did not see it last week against the Rams either when the Eagles hung on for victory in Los Angeles.
Well, and we have reason to feel nervous when we see something like that happen because we have seen them fall apart late in games, allow a lot of points, especially here at home. It's happened a few times this season. So the Eagles got that 13-point lead, and I am still very nervous at that point until they close it out.
Every game.
And here we are, a 1-point game with 3 seconds to go, and I'm nervous at the end of the game again. So, 60 minutes on both sides would be a nice thing to see.
Yeah. Dave, it's going to take us a while, I think, to calm down, but what did you think of Doug Pearson and his aggressive play calling today, consistently early on, going for a 4th down? And then on the other side, you have Bill O'Brien being much more conservative in chances where you figure with Deshaun Watson and his legs could have been able to get some of those 4th down conversions.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles were 3 of 3 on 4th downs in the first half. That's remarkable, even for somebody as aggressive as Doug Peterson. And I think you have to have that. I mean, the Eagles are in a situation where they've got to score a lot of points, got to take some chances here. I love the way they got Darren Sproles incorporated into the pass game. They felt like they could move the chains whenever they wanted against this Texans defense, as long as Nick got rid of the football. And as long as Vaitai, left tackle, Halapalavati Vaitai, gave him just enough time working against Jadeveon Clowney. That was a really tough matchup early in this game for the Eagles. When Jason Peters went out, Clowney feasted on Vaitai for the first half. Vaitai came back. with a big second half.
Yeah, I think that's a great person to highlight. Like you said, he had a couple of rough moments in the first half, a couple of penalties that were actually pretty costly for this offense, stalling momentum and stalling drives. But being able to bounce back against a guy like Jadeveon Clowney, who still continued to make an impact. But to me, it's about the timing of when those things happen, when he makes an impact. So he made his presence felt, but was it at costly times as much? No, it wasn't.
Yeah, and guys, talk about somebody being timely and making a great impact. How about Zach Ertz and what he was able to do today, setting the record, the all-time record for tight ends, most catches in the season, 16 targets today, 12 catches, 2 touchdowns, 110 yards. What else can you say about Zach Ertz that we haven't said throughout the
delivering
season?
Delivering in the red zone once again. This is the mark of a great tight end. He's scoring the football. And I'll tell you what's interesting about the Eagles offense. We've seen Zach as the center point of the offense throughout the season at the expense of plays down the field. Today, Nick was able to still throw the ball down the field. Big play to Aguilar, big plays to Alshon Jeffrey, throwing the ball, taking chances, getting Dallas Goedert involved. Look, I think Zach Ertz has come such a long way. And I'll point to that game against the Cincinnati Bengals a few years ago. Vontez perfect. Everybody criticized Zach for not blocking perfect. And in that time, from then till now, he has become more aggressive, better with the football in his hands, tougher and more physical.
Yeah, certainly a huge accomplishment for Zach Ertz. And, just as soon as that milestone was accomplished, I'm imagining all the media going into the locker room and asking him about that. And he's not going to care if the team doesn't win this game. He's not going to care about that milestone. And every week, he's always the first person to say, I'm the one that needs to look in the mirror, even though for many of these games, he was the most productive pass catcher on this team. And so just a great accomplishment for an even better person who you just feel good about a guy like him accomplishing something like this.
Dave and Amy, thank you so much. Happy holidays to both of you. Can't wait to listen to the Eagle Eye podcast and read the On the Inside column, which is going to delve into Foles' historic performance. Thanks again, guys. So, Ike, why don't we get into your takeaways from this victory? And, we're talking about the offense. We got to start right there. And I think, Dave brought up a great point there at the end that Foles not only was able to move the chains, getting rid of the ball quickly, but still had some big explosive plays as well.
Yeah, I think that's obviously the first thing you take away from this football game is how well this offense looked. Now, we thought last week the offense looked the best that it looked all year. I thought that was a little hyperbole, but this week, there's no denying this is the most explosive this offense has looked all year. Even with the running game struggling at times today, I thought Doug did a great job of sticking with it just to keep that Texans defense honest. But we knew the big plays were going to be through the air. Those cornerbacks over there for the Texans, a little long in the tooth, got banged up today as well. So to be able to put the ball up the way they did and really have the success they had, 2 receivers, 2 guys over 100 yards in Zach Ertz and Nelson Aguilar. Good to see Nelly back in the offense. Alshon almost had 100 yards himself. But it was really all about Nick Foles and the way Nick was throwing the ball. And I look at early in the game when he was able to hit Darren Sproles on those key third and short, fourth and 1 plays where he's hitting Darren Sproles on that wheel route. Those are nice, soft touch passes that Foles was able to deliver right to Sproles and allow him to run. So when you look at this game, Nick Foles is the biggest thing that stands out to me. He was outstanding today. His best game, in my opinion, by far the best offensive game this team has shown this season with over 500 yards of offense.
He does not shy away from the spotlight whatsoever. Ike, let's go into your second takeaway. We've talked about Zach Ertz and his historic performance, another 12 catches, but it's not like he's just padding his stats, okay? He's getting catches in the red zone, as Dave mentioned a short time ago, and also on the final drive to get them in field goal range. So when they need clutch plays, Zach Ertz is willing to deliver. So obviously he can get you the numbers, but he also can step up in prime time.
Let me say this real clear. You're talking about the best weapon that we have on offense in Zach Ertz. All that other nonsense talk, forget about that. Zach Ertz is the best offensive weapon that we have at the skill position, does a great job of getting open every week. Even when the team knows that he's a big part of your game plan, they try to double team him. I saw where he was double teamed in the red zone. They put the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, on him. They still found ways to get him the ball. I thought last week I enjoyed going down the field to Alshon and letting him do what he was doing, but I didn't think Zach was a big part of the offense last week. And a lot of this is about the game plan. So the game plan this week was to get Ertz involved, and it was big time for us today. key third down conversions, big in the red zone, 2 touchdowns for him today. I mean, man, record-setting day for him. Congratulations to Zach Ertz becoming the record holder for receptions by a tight end in the season.
And
Wow.
surpassing a Cowboy in Jason Witten in the process.
His idol, nonetheless.
Exactly.
Yes.
So special right there. So your third one, we'll get into some of the bad from the game, and that's taking care of the football, something that the Eagles, didn't do too well today. They were able to force a couple turnovers. They had the one fumble there, that the strip sack by Chris Long, and then also a turnover on downs. That doesn't go in the books as a turnover, but still really is treated the same. But nonetheless, the Eagles' offense not taking care of the ball as well as they needed to, and it did almost cost them today.
Yeah, and you got to do a better job of that. When I look at the other key factor in this game, takeaway from this game, is being able to take care of the football. It's really the only reason the Texans were in this game late. Obviously, you give them 7 points by the fumble there when Nick gets sacked down there, put the ball on the 5-yard line, easy walk-in for Deshaun Watson. And then Josh Adams, I know he's a young guy, a rookie. He even had both hands on the ball, but you got to do a better job of squeezing that thing. You know the Texans are trying to get the ball back. That's the only way they can get back in this game is if you give them a short field to work with. And then the interception by Nick. I know that's a throw he would love to have back, trying to make a play there to Zach. That's a throw that he wants to have back. But, that's the one thing they did last week against the Rams was take care of the football. And in order to close this season out on a high note and really give themselves a chance to make the playoffs next week by going down there to take care of Washington, we got to take care of the football. You usually don't win games in the NFL when you lose the turnover battle. Eagles lost that today, and especially when you turn the ball over 3 times in a game, it's difficult to win games like that. But that just shows you how explosive this offense was today, that they were able to overcome some of those turnovers.
Indeed, and there's another great offensive outing from the Eagles, back-to-back weeks with Nick Foles in as the starting quarterback. It's something that you knew that you had the talent on this team. It was just a matter of bringing it to fruition, and credit the coaches with their game plan the last couple of weeks, with the play calling the last couple of weeks, and getting guys like Darren Sproles. You talk about, is he someone who's done? Right. A lot of people, his critics, were all saying that Sproles had nothing left. And I remember when Sproles was, activated and brought back into the lineup, guys like Brandon Graham on defense were like, we need all the playmakers that we can get. He is going to help us at some point down the stretch. And this was a few weeks back when he was just getting, back on the field. And sure enough, Darren Sproles answered the bell today, not just as a rusher, but as a receiver. The 4th down conversion, getting the touchdown there. In fact, an interesting note on his 37-yard touchdown reception, it was on a 4th down play. It was the longest receiving touchdown by an Eagle on a 4th down since, go back to your days, B-Dog against Houston in 2002, the fake punt, 57-yarder. So that's the last time that there was a long touchdown reception on a 4th down by an Eagle. So the longest since that Dawkins play right there. So, we talk about adversity and how this team has dealt with it all season long. And we touched on it in the talkback segment with Dave and Amy a few minutes ago. But the Eagles losing Jason Peters on the opening drive of the game. I mean, we're watching the game and we're sitting there like, wait, did Jason Peters play? We saw him on the first play of the game, and then Vaitai goes in. So apparently Peters must have re-aggravated that quad injury. That's what the broadcast said. So Vaitai goes in a difficult matchup against Jadeveon Clowney, the former #1 overall pick, who typically is moved around the front, used as a joker. But when they knew they had that matchup, they were squaring in on that right there. So tough sledding, and not all of it was on Vaitai. There was times when it was a tight end who was blocking in the situation, and that's who was matched up against Clowney. And unfortunately, that's going to be a mismatch right there. But still, for the offense to still have the production that it did, it's reminiscent of the Super Bowl almost, where you have Foles in at quarterback, Vaitai is your left tackle. It's all almost trying to bring it back full circle as you're trying to rekindle some of the magic from that run as the Eagles look to try to get into the postseason once again.
Yeah, we're trying to, man. It's been a tough season for the defending champs, and we're realizing how difficult it is to repeat as champions, but they're starting to play some of their best football right now.
We're sending it to the link. The victorious head coach, Doug Peterson, addressing the media.
Doug, the 3rd and 10 throw to Nick's throw after he came back in the game to Zach. Can you kind of walk us through the call?
The last drive?
Yeah, the 20-yard pass to Ertz.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so,
Just a call that's been in our offense. Again, thinking of our playmakers, obviously, Alshon making a tremendous catch, and then Ertz. The two defenders for Houston actually collided, and which allowed Zach to really pop free, and Nick did a great job there of just being able to be patient in the pocket, find him, and put up a good throw, and then have the awareness of getting out of bounds.
On the sideline there's been a few tough fourth quarters here. What were you thinking when they took the lead?
We got time and timeouts again, and have a lot of confidence in the offense. It's something that we work on a lot. There's a 2-minute drive and tempo offense, and this league has always been about players making plays, and a lot of credit to the offense today for putting us in that position to win this game.
Nick always plays with calmness, with poise, but how impressive was it today, especially after he took that hit, had to come out, then to come back and direct the offense?
That's just Nick. He's always been calm, in and around the, his preparation during the week, and then of course leading up to the game, and he's a guy that just wants to continue to just help the team win, and dish the ball and put it in our playmakers' hands, and really not get much credit. Just let the other guys do it. And even after taking that hit and then going back in, I thought it took a lot of courage. Excuse me, a lot of courage and guts at that point to want to finish the game and come back in. And it's just credit to Nick.
What did he say when he came off the field for that one play?
I was getting Nate ready, so I didn't talk to him.
Doug, do you guys think you're playing your best football this season right now, heading into next week?
Yeah, I think so. I think he, these last, 3, 4, 5 games, I think things have kind of picked up for us. I do feel like at this time of the year, if you want any kind of momentum, if you get a chance to go to the postseason, you need to be playing your best football now, and I think that's what we're doing at this time.
You had a lead for most of the game, but the pass-run ratio was pretty lopsided in favor of pass. Is that because they were kind of depleted at corner?
Did you see their rush defense today? 35 yards rushing the football. It was hard.
I'm not criticizing.
Okay. I thought maybe we needed to run the ball more or something, but that's a tremendous defense now. It's a great group. That front 7, 8 guys with their safeties. I mean, they do a really good job. They create different angles for our offensive linemen, and so some of the things that we've been able to do in the last couple of weeks, they just kind of took us out of it, and so I knew we're gonna have to run the ball late in the game. Even when we went up by the 13 there, 29-16, I felt like we could get a little momentum, run the ball, make them use timeouts. Maybe we could finish the game at that point, but we didn't do it. It was just great defense.
On the 2-point conversion in the first half, 2 questions. What made you go for that one? And was there an explanation as to why the penalty flag on the hit on the
Well, I wanted to go up 6 at that point, so that's really the option there. And then, it's something we'll just have to take a look at. We'll send it in tomorrow and see what we get back, but nothing.
Was
for
83
you.
yard to 83 yard to Aguilar? Was that a audible?
Yes.
It was.
Yes.
Lane Johnson on JJ today did a tremendous job. JJ's name didn't get called very much.
I tell you, Lane had a great week of preparation. Got in his mindset. He's awesome. I mean, he's awesome. He's a tremendous right tackle, and he's had to block some really, really, really good defensive ends this season. This was probably one of the best one he's seen all season, and did a nice job. Did a really nice job, and it's a credit to him, and well deserved.
What did Nick check out of on that audible?
It was just a coverage check that he saw. Something Houston had been running earlier in the game, and he saw it. Got to another one of that. Got to a play that would attack that coverage, and great protection, and allowed him to get the ball down the field.
It was already a pass play?
It was a pass play to begin with, yes. Yeah.
Doug, Zach broke Witten's record today. What has he meant to your quarterbacks to have a guy, particularly on third down and in the red zone, that they know can get open and they can count on?
Yeah, first of all, it's a great honor for Zach, and congratulations go to him. But he's another one of those guys that is very unselfish. Quarterbacks do have a comfort level with him. He seems to kind of be that guy that exactly where he's going to be, and he's obviously great after the catch, runs great routes. So, for the quarterbacks to have that type of guy, again, it just gives you that little comfort, especially in crucial moments, like the corner route that he ran late in the game. It's a credit to him for how hard he works, and then his relationship with our quarterbacks.
In the locker room, what did you say to them?
I was just proud of him. Told him how proud I was, and we had to come through a lot of adversity today, and they hung in there. They hung together. As the game wore on, our team got tighter and tighter and tighter, and played well down the stretch. And it wasn't pretty, obviously. There were a lot of mistakes and a lot of things that went around, but the bottom line was they found a way to win.
You've spoken to us in the past about having a certain feeling about your team. Are you seeing something now in these past 5 games that gives you encouragement about your prospects here?
Yeah, I mean, and part of the message in the locker room too was just, I'm proud of the way they come to work every day and prepare that day. It's Wednesday or Thursday or Friday, whatever it is, they prepare that way, and it pays off, in these games. And our guys don't make plays that they made today if we don't practice those situations, or at least put them in situations to make those plays in practice. And you're just seeing how a lot of our young guys are really maturing now, and they're growing up, and they are contributing and making some plays. And it's not perfect. There's still some mistakes being made, but the veteran guys are rallying. The veteran guys are making plays. They're doing the things that we ask them to do, and that's for me. That's all I can ask for. The effort is there, obviously. The excitement is there, the passion for the game, the desire to win, and it's a resilient group.
It seems like a few times this year in that resiliency, this group has been, at least playoff-wise, declared dead for the year, even part of today. What does it say, and how proud are you that you're going into Week 17 with something to play for still?
Oh, it's everything. I mean, these guys are so excited to be still, in the hunt, and to really, we talk about controlling things that we can control. Well, we get to control where our destiny a little bit. We get to make our own and create our own, and so that's why I'm these guys never quit. They don't quit, and it would have been easy today just to kind of let your guard down at the end and not finish the game. But again, kind of goes back to your question. Just it's a veteran group, a resilient group. They hang together and they find a way to win. And as a head coach, that's what all you can ask for, really. Thanks.
You got to give Doug a lot of credit. First and foremost, I cannot wait for the locker room celebration video that we will have on our social media channels, our digital channels at PhiladelphiaEagles.com. I almost want to argue we got to post that thing tonight because it's got to be raucous in there.
Need to, man, yeah.
Get that out there. But credit Doug for, again, a couple weeks ago, this team could have put it in the tank. You go back to the Giants game, down 19-3 in the first half. 19-3. Rallied back, okay. Jake Elliott gets the game winner. That was probably the last one that involved a game-winning situation you were asking me earlier about. And then to get themselves in position where, look, it's not a win and they're in. It's still a win and they need some help at this point, but nonetheless, that the fact that the Eagles are still in position speaks volumes to the job that Doug has done keeping this football team together.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a lot of questions about Doug out there, I think unjustifiably so. Guy's a good coach, a Super Bowl winning head coach. He outcoached the greatest coach of all time on the biggest stage. So we know Doug knows how to coach a football team. And I think, more importantly, his players respond to him. His players typically go out there and they play hard for him. He knows how to relate to these guys. He knows how to get the most out of them. I think back to the last couple of weeks and just the practice schedule throughout the week.
Great point.
And the fact that Doug is either giving them a day off when people didn't think they would get a day off last week after that Rams victory, he pushed practice back to give them more rest, and that has allowed them to come out and be fresher when they step out on the field. I'm telling you, the last 2 weeks, the job he's done as a coach to have his team ready after that difficult loss against the Cowboys game, against the Cowboys, where they were exhausted, lost in overtime, to fly out to Los Angeles where no one's giving them a chance. They're a two touchdown underdog, and the way they went out there and dominated the Rams, you got to tip your cap to Doug Peterson. So some thought that they may have caught lightning in a bottle because Nick Foles was in there in the starting lineup, and they wouldn't necessarily bring the same energy this week versus the Texans. Well, you were wrong. They came out today with the same type of energy, and I thought the offense was cooking, moving up and down the field. We mentioned Doug's aggressiveness, going for it on fourth down. Just look at the two coaches today and the way they handled this game. I thought Bill O'Brien coached not to lose today, almost as if he was coaching from one of the old coaching manuals where you punt the ball when you're at this spot in the field. Well, Doug's the type of coach that goes off of his gut feeling. Sure, he has analytic numbers to support the decisions that he makes, but at the same time, as a coach, he understands when his offense has it rolling or the defense is on their heels, and he has the perfect play dialed up, ready to go. 4 for 4 on fourth down. He set the new trend in the NFL from last year of being aggressive and going for it on fourth down. Guy doesn't get enough credit. You know, sometimes people forget what he just did a year ago. Guy is a very good football coach. It's not easy getting the team motivated to play after they won a championship. The fact that they won't finish under 500, the fact that he's had to deal with injuries all year, I felt I needed to take a little extra time to give him his credit as a head coach, because we'll pass kudos around to all the players, and rightfully so. But there's a guy who's ultimately going to take the blame when things don't go well, and that's the head coach. So when they win a game like this, when they play as well as they are, he deserves the credit.
Preach,
Great
Ike.
job. Great
Preach.
job.
Every show, I guess every show, Ike brings it at one point or another. We get it early in the show that everyone out there gets to see it. We're going to hear from Nick Foles and Zach Ertz in just a little bit. But first, the hero at the end of the game, kicker Jake Elliott. Our Eagles entire Dave Spadaro caught up with him on the field after the game-winning 35-yard field goal.
All right, once again, Jake Elliott delivers the game-winning field goal. How was it out there?
Man, I needed that one. Season on the line there. So, you know, we were down by one, and, you know, we missed that one earlier. So luckily had that, and glad we got it.
I'm starting to think that you like when games come down to the final moment.
I mean, that's what you live for as a kicker. You got to love these moments. So, you know, the offense did a heck of a job once again getting us down the field. Rick and Cam did a heck of a job getting it down. Awesome protection, and we put it through.
And tell me about the kick. Was it pure and sweet?
Yeah, felt good. Felt good off the foot.
Jake Elliott, Mr. Clutch, once again, the game-winning field goal today.
Great bounce back for him after missing the extra point earlier in the game to have the chance to win, to kind of rectify himself, and certainly stepped up to the task. It seems like whenever there's been a big field goal at the end of a game, Elliott's always delivered in big time. So.
Yeah, you need those type of kickers. Like you said, you know, way to bounce back, missed the extra point earlier in the game, but to come down, ice water in his veins, able to kick that one in. Yeah, nice job there, Jakey.
You mentioned earlier that the Eagles were 4 for 4 on fourth down in this game. Let's not forget they were 9 of 16 on third down, including 2 for 2 on the game-winning drive. The one was the pass to Alshon Jeffrey over the middle, then add in the roughing the passer call on Jadeveon Clowney, and then the 20-yard completion to Zach Ertz. Both plays 3rd and 10. So the Eagles struggling to get the yards in the early downs to try to get themselves in manageable situations. Didn't matter for Nicky Six today whatsoever there.
Cool, calm, and collective. Great job on that route, too. I thought it was a nice little concept there where the Texans are in man defense. They got Tyrann Mathieu lined up on Zach Ertz there, but because of the little bunch set there, Zach Ertz was able to run a nice little rub route, causing the linebacker and Tyrann Mathieu to run into each other. Tyrann Mathieu falls down. Zach Ertz wide open.
Big play there.
Field goal range. There you go. That's ball game.
Exactly. So let's get to our unsung heroes of the game. And Ike, I'll let you start things off here.
Well, I'm going to go with the old man, Chris Long, man. Chris Long, we became so accustomed to him making these plays last year where he would get the big strip sack late in the game, force a fumble, game over. Did something very similar to that today when he got that sack on Deshaun Watson, his second one, and he's able to get that ball out of there. Fletcher Cox gets that fumble recovery. I thought Chris Long was huge today. They needed some extra pass rushers. Michael Bennett has been doing a fantastic job. We know what Fletcher Cox brings. Brandon Graham robbed of a sack today on a bogus roughing the quarterback penalty there. But Chris Long, they needed that extra speed rusher coming off the edge. And against this Houston Texans offensive line that has given up the most sacks in the league this year, I thought great job from the wily veteran.
Thing about the Texans, great job of taking care of the football. We talk about the Eagles have struggled with that. The Texans had not had a turnover in 4 consecutive games coming into this contest, so to force that fumble right there was huge. It led to Zach Ertz's second touchdown of the game, which made the score 29-16. And at the time, I'll be honest, I'm celebrating, thinking,
oh, yeah,
they've got this, okay?
Yeah.
But as things have gone this season, the Eagles have taught us
We
not
should've
so
known
fast.
better. Yeah,
we should know better right now,
Yes.
okay? What was it? First time, shame on you. Second time, shame on me.
Yes.
It's one of those third, fourth time, whatever it's been. We should know better by this point in the year. I'm going to go offensive line here, and I'm going to go with number 65, Lane Johnson. Okay, he was ticked off. He was mad that he was not named to the Pro Bowl, and I can understand because injuries have kind of limited his play, but he felt that he had played well enough while he was out there, and the fact that he was an All-Pro last season, that he should have deserved enough respect from around the league, from his teammates around the league, his peers, that he should have been named to the Pro Bowl once again. Well, that wasn't the case, so he decided to take it out on J.J. Watt, the 3-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year. You barely heard his name mentioned at all during the telecast, and because of the injury to Jason Peters, Big V, Halapoulivaati Vaitai, needed all the help that he could get taking care of Jadeveon Clowney on the other side. So Lane Johnson was left alone with Watt one-on-one many times throughout the course of the game. Lane came to play. Lane took care of the deal and made sure to erase J.J. Watt to keep Foles as clean as possible and keep Watt off the sack tally sheet, because Watt, I think, had 14.5 sacks coming to this game. So certainly big kudos to Lane Johnson for keeping Foles clean and taking out a player who has disrupted many a game during his time in the NFL. So those are our unsung heroes, and it'll be interesting to see with the offensive line going to next week's game. Is this thing with Jason Peters something that's going to linger? Will he be able to battle back, or do you at least get Vaitai ready to say all week, this is your show? Because right now, you look at that left side of the line, Stefan Wisniewski, he opened the season as a starter, was benched for Isaac Seumalo. Seumalo got hurt, missed the game once again, so Wiz has been back in there as a starter. And at left tackle, Peters going down, so Vaitai stepping in. Guess what? This was your offensive line during the Super Bowl last year, from left to right here. So it's all coming together, it seems like, at the right time. The question is, will enough things happen to get the Eagles into the playoffs so they at least have a chance in the tournament?
Yeah, if I'm Big V, you need to be ready to go.
Yes.
I mean, Jason Peters obviously wants to play. He's going to do whatever he can to get out there on the field. But sometimes it's not just about, when you're talking about Jason Peters, it's just not getting him to the game and starting the game. He's going to have to finish the game. And listen, 36 years old, long in the tooth. I saw a stat today where Jason Peters, they put up a chart where it said it had position players
from 2004 still in the league. Yes.
From 2004 that's still in the league. And there's only one offensive tackle from 2004 that's still in the league, and he plays for the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's Jason Peters. So guy's been around a long time. We know 5 years after he's done playing, he's more than likely headed to Canton, Ohio. But Big V, it's that time of the year that you need to be ready. You need to prepare this week as if you're going to be the starter. Jason Peters is going to do everything he can to get himself ready to play next week. You know the game is big. He wants to be a part of it. But Big V, as a backup, buddy, you got to be ready to go as if you're the starter.
That is right. So speaking of Lane Johnson, Dave Spadaro caught up with him on the field after the Eagles win over the Texans. Let's go to that interview right now.
Here now with right tackle Lane Johnson. Lane, what was it like in the huddle there that last drive?
Surprisingly calm among all the chaos. All we wanted to do was try to get a field goal range. We felt like we were pretty consistent, dinking and dunking, and got it done.
Great battle with J.J. Watt. What was it like for you today out there?
It was a battle, exactly that, the whole game from start to finish. So great player. I love going against great talent, and hats off to him.
Lane, final game here at Lincoln Financial Field this season. What can you say to these great fans for the support they've shown once again this year?
We're not finished yet. You got to keep watching. Anything can happen. We always battle to the very end, man.
Lane Johnson, Eagles right tackle.
I feel like I'm watching Stone Cold Steve Austin there. Even with the drama, the way he speaks, it's like he's speaking to the crowd at like a wrestling match.
That's how he is,
That's
yeah.
exactly him right there to a T. So let's talk about the defensive side of the football. Great job stopping the run. Neither team could get the run game going. Obviously, Deshaun Watson was able to make magic with his feet, but in terms of the running backs, nothing going. Tough sledding for both teams today. But what did you think of the Eagles' the inability to keep Watson contained? I thought they did overall better job of it in the second half, but then you saw the one play, I forget what the end result was. I think it was a pass to Hopkins down the left side in the fourth quarter.
That play was crazy.
Where he spun three times. Yes.
Yeah, tight end.
He spun around 3 times, okay?
Yeah.
It seemed like everyone had a chance at him, but he was able to break free to be able to get the pass away.
It's 3rd and 11 on that play, too. Yeah,
exactly. So you thought that was going to be the ball game. But your thoughts on the defense not be able to keep contain on him, very much plays it was like watching Russell Wilson and the struggles the Eagles have had with Wilson over the years. Very much it seemed like in the same vein watching Watson out there today.
Yeah, slightly less dangerous version of Russell Wilson, because you know how Russell will take off if he needs to. But Deshaun is no different, man. I mean, Deshaun Watson, it's what keeps defensive coordinators up late at night, when they're trying to game plan for this guy, because, these defensive linemen, they want to pin their ears back and just get after the quarterback. But you got to put in a game plan where you got to sometimes tell your D lineman to don't get up, don't rush up the field, rush to the level of the quarterback and wait and see where he's at. Keep him boxed in, because if you rush past him, you're going to create running lanes for him, and he's going to take off. And the dangerous thing with him is sometimes he's just buying time to throw the ball down the field.
All right, let's send it to the link. Zach Ertz speaking about his record-setting day now.
Ball on your own 11. I mean, what's going on in the huddle at that point?
Yeah, I think that fourth quarter, kind of those circumstances, has kind of been the epitome of our season, and we did not blink. The guys in the huddle were so confident. Foles was so confident. Everyone was so calm that, we've been in that situation so many times together, and no one flinched. And I think that's the mark of a good team. Obviously, the season isn't exactly where we thought we would be, but a lot of guys would have kind of mailed it in. To be up 29-16 with 4 minutes left and to be down in the blink of an eye is tough. But guys didn't blink. Guys stayed together, and that's the mark of this team. We're always going to stick together. We truly care and love one another. I think you guys can see that each and time you interact with the guys in the locker room. It's not an individual game for us by any means. The guys just want to play to the best of their abilities, so that for each other. And I think that's the mark of a great team.
Zach, what happened when Nick came back in the huddle after getting knocked down?
Yeah, obviously the place went crazy, but we just wanted to make sure he was good. And I think the way he jogged off the field, everyone thought he was going to be good. Sat out of play and came back and led us down the field like he seems to do. He played out of his mind to set the franchise record for passing yards. Incredible. He's just an unbelievable player, unbelievable person. He's so calm. His demeanor is so calm, and he's a really good player.
What was the third down call to you?
It was just kind of the scissors corner route that we always have post by number 1. I had a corner. Darren was to the flat. I had been taking a lot of inside releases against him, so I kind of sold the inside release, kind of threw him inside, and I think he kind of ran into the linebacker. I think he tried to – something happened where my feet got tangled up, and so I was kind of off balance, and Nick just kind of laid the ball out there, allowed me to run under it, and I was able to stay in bounds and make the play, and I tried to get out of bounds in that situation.
As far as Jason Witten's record, what does that mean to you?
I don't think I've truly come to grips with it yet. One thing I do know, I'm thankful to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, for allowing me to be here. I'm thankful for everyone that's helped me along the way. The one thing I do know is I didn't get here by myself. Jason Witten has been a huge part of this. So technically, I think a part of him still has the record. Brent Selleck has been huge for me. There's just been so many people along the way that have helped me that I'm just eternally grateful for. But like I said, what I do know is that I didn't do this by myself. I think it truly takes a village to become a professional athlete. My family, my wife. So thankful for everyone that's helped me along the way. And it is special, though. I mean, having that record is something that hopefully it will last a while. But if not, I'll be happy for the next guy to do it. But it is special.
Have you heard from Jason yet?
I haven't really checked my phone yet. So I don't know.
You were involved throughout the game, offensively, especially early on. Was that part of the game plan? Was that something you saw that you could take advantage of some matchups out?
They're a big zone team. They're a big zone defense, and finding zones is kind of something that I take a lot of pride in. But I mean, they're a really good defense. That front four, those front seven guys are really, really talented. Clowney, Watt, McKinnon, really talented players. We weren't able to run the ball probably as efficiently as we wanted to. We didn't run the ball great, most of that was due to their talent and their front seven. So we kind of had to pass the ball more, and I'm just glad we won the game. That is the bottom line. To have that many targets and catches and to win the game feels really, really good, and that is what I love.
The second touchdown, Zach, you got wide open. How much of that was the motion going the other way that kind of threw them off?
I think the motion was a part of it. I think Alshon, being as big and physical as he is, the guy kind of ran into him. He didn't mean to pick him by any means. He just kind of ran into Alshon. The jet motion, I think, threw him off a little bit. But Nick just kind of lofted it out there. I thought I was going to get hit. When I saw no one was around me, I tried to make a play. And when you're that, I think when you see the goal line like that, I'm just always trying to make a play for the team. Guys blocked their butt off downfield, and I was just happy we scored.
Zach, you guys have won 4 of your last 5 now and rolling a little bit, but you still, it's not just you. You guys have to hope some other things happen. How tough is that to be playing this well finally as a team and have to rely on other people?
Yeah, like you said, I mean, it is tough. It's tough not to really control your own destiny. But at the same time, if you focus on everything else that's going on, and then we have a slip up because we're not focused on our job, then it's really not going to matter. So we've said for a while now, every game is a must-win game. That's the way we've approached these past 5 games. I mean, we were 4-6 at one point after the Saints when we just got smacked down there, and no one quit. Everyone was focused on just doing their job better, and I think that's the mark of a good team. Obviously, we need some help, and hopefully we do get some help, but at the same time, we're focused on beating the Redskins, putting together a really good week of practice, because, I mean, we practice really hard. I think that's the hallmark of this team, the way we practice each and every week, and hopefully, I mean, we just need to go there and win. We can't look at it if the Bears win, or if the Vikings win, or if the Seahawks lose twice. We just got to focus on being the best team we can next week against the Redskins, against another really talented front, that defense is extremely talented.
What is it about Nick that makes the team rally around him?
He's extremely calm. He's always exuding positivity. It's hard to talk well about one guy and then it seems the comments are going to come off as demeaning another, so I don't want to do that by any means. I just want to solely focus on Nick. He's playing at an extremely high level. We love playing for him because he's always exuding that positivity, and guys love playing for him. I mean, he's always going to give us a chance on those jump balls, those 50-50 balls, and I think he just ultimately trusts us to make plays, and he's done that for years here, and he's a really talented quarterback.
Last question. What have you noticed out of him during the week, on the sidelines, that kind of thing?
I mean, he is the first guy helping out Nick. What he sees in the game plan, he's there early trying to help those guys out, trying to help, I think, just with the game plan. So he's still in that same role where he's getting there extremely early, staying late, helping those guys out any way he can. And I think that's the mark of a leader. No matter what's going on individually, he's always focused on the team, and I think that's why guys respect him so much. I mean, he's been through a ton of adversity, but at the same time, everyone knows he's the leader of this team. He's a franchise, and when and if he gets back this year, I can't wait to play with him. But at the same time, Nick is playing extremely well, and we're pumped to have both of them.
Thanks, Zach.
last question. Go ahead. All right, what a day for Zach Ertz setting the. We were wondering when it was going to come. Okay, he came into this game with 101 receptions on the season, needed 9 to tie Jason Witten's record for most catches by a tight end in a single season in NFL history. Well, early third quarter, first play of the second half, in fact, he sets the record and then adds to it 12 catches on the day, another double-digit receiving day for him. And a lot of people thought that, well, Nick Foles is coming in at quarterback instead of Carson Wentz. That's going to be the end of Ertz's run. You go back to the beginning of the season, the games against the Falcons and the Bucs, Ertz was heavily involved in the offense, and certainly he took a backseat last week in the win over the Rams to get the guys on the outside more involved. But today, against a defense that was 5th in the league in scoring defense and points allowed coming into this contest, you knew that you had to move the chains because if you got to the red zone, Texans were tied for 26 in red zone defense, okay? So once you could get the ball inside the 20, you would be able to score on them. And Zach Ertz did just that and also added a couple big plays. He scored once in the red zone, had a 20-yard reception on the final drive. So top to bottom, just a great day and just a great player. I mean, we're talking about someone who's probably going to be in the Eagles Hall of Fame. He's going to shatter all the receiving records for the team when all is said and done. Again, he's setting now the benchmark for most catches by a tight end. And we're in the golden era of tight ends in the NFL, going from Tony Gonzalez, and you look at the names on that list of the guys he surpassed this season. So the fact that he has climbed over those players, you mentioned earlier he beat his idol, the guy he looked up to as a role model, and Jason Witten for the record. So kudos to him for someone who is not just a championship player on the field, but you look at what he's done in the community. He and Julie Ertz setting up the Ertz Family Foundation to help communities in need throughout the country and the world with the work they're doing in Haiti as well. So just a top-notch character individual, a great locker room guy. This is the guy that you want to have as one of the foundational pieces of your franchise.
Yeah, best tight end in football. Nah, we don't need to say arguably anymore. Best tight end in football. The numbers will bear itself out. I expect him to be first team All-Pro this year for the first time in his career as the #1 tight end in football, and he's deserving of it. It's not easy to play that position in this league when you are the focal point of the offense. It's one thing if you have weapons on the outside, which allows you as a tight end to operate in zone defenses without any defenses focusing in on you. But Zach Ertz is the #1 weapon on the Eagles' offensive side of the ball, and teams go into every game trying to take away number 86. And most weeks they just can't do it. And so you don't think that this week the Houston Texans decided, well, we're not going to cover number 86. We'll just let everybody else, we'll stop everybody else and let 86 get his. No, they had double coverage on him at times. They put one of their better athletes on him, and Tyrann Mathieu at times, and it did not matter. Zach Ertz, if that ball is in his catch radius, he is typically coming down with the ball, and we continue to see bit by bit, he's adding the run after the catch. The second touchdown that he got where he caught the ball about 15, 20 yards short of the end zone and was able to make some moves and get in the end zone.
What a block by Alshon on that play, by the way.
Great job by his teammates blocking down the field. Kudos to Zach. Like you said, great guy, great on and off the field. I know the Eagles organization know exactly what they have in Zach Ertz, and they certainly appreciate it. We as fans had better recognize what we have in this guy. He's a grade A player on the field, even better quality of a teammate and a person off the field. We're lucky he's wearing midnight green.
Yes, indeed. Speaking of Tyrann Mathieu, he was the guy in coverage on Nelson Aguilar's huge touchdown. We really haven't touched on this.
That's a mistake.
The explosive plays coming back to the offense. Once again, Alshon Jeffrey with a 50-plus yard reception, a catch and run. But when the Eagles need to break the tie in the second half, how about Nelson Aguilar? We're finally seeing that vertical speed, that ability to stretch the field. That's something that has been lacking from this offense for most of the year. You give Foles credit for turning the ball loose, willing to take those chances. Well, Nelson Aguilar, it was a dime of a throw to Aguilar. Okay, he hauled it in. Tyrann Mathieu fell down afterwards, so Nelson Aguilar just basically stood at the goal line, turned around a la the Cardinals game, I think it was last year, and just fell in the back of the end zone to cap off the touchdown. Had a couple other clutch catches for the team. So, again, going over 100 yards, 2 receivers going over 100 yards. But Nelson Aguilar, just one of the X factors for the Eagles today. You have your stars in Ertz and Jeffrey, but you need those other guys to make big plays, and Aguilar was one of those guys today.
Well, I know the Texans must have been scratching their heads like, who do we cover? You know, you got number 86 you got to worry about in Zach Ertz. You got Golden Tate out there. You got Alshon Jeffrey out there. And then you got Nelson Aguilar, who can certainly go down the field. And they found a matchup where they were able to get Nelson matched up one-on-one with Tyrann Mathieu. Now, if you do that in a 10-yard box, you know, Tyrann Mathieu may be able to stay with Nelson Aguilar, but you start getting down the field, yeah, Tyrann Mathieu is a safety, not a cornerback. There's no way he's going to be able to keep up with Nelson Aguilar. Good job by Nick Foles recognizing the single high coverage. Could have gone to Zach Ertz, who was crossing the middle of the field there also in one-on-one coverage, but decided to give Nelson the opportunity to make a play. And like you said, Nick, basically playing fearless, taking that shot, recognizing that coverage back there and saying, I'm going to let my guy go up and make a play. Nelson, great job making the play there. And then I love the little nesty plunge he does when he falls into the end zone.
Yes, indeed. So going back and looking at the defensive effort here, it's interesting because you know how short-handed the Eagles are in the secondary. Okay, and Avonte Maddox, started last week at corner, fared well against the likes of Robert Woods and Brandon Cooks. This week, a much bigger, more difficult task, and I say bigger in terms of just size alone because, Maddox has given up height to the guys like, Demaryius Thomas and, of course, DeAndre Hopkins, arguably the best receiver in football, and just some of the catches he made today were just simply outstanding. And you needed the defensive line to get the pressure on Deshaun Watson. The problem was every time they got the pressure on him, he was able to flush his way out of the pocket and use his legs to churn out some big gains there. But overall, though, it was also interesting because it's adding pressure onto the offense and Nick Foles, knowing that they have to sustain those drives. The Eagles dominating the time of possession battle once again, and they almost needed to. And even though 32-30 doesn't sound like a huge shootout, it's not the 51-45 we saw from the Chiefs and Rams, but it felt like the Eagles knew that every time they had the ball, they had to sustain drives, at least get a couple first downs, or put points on the board because of the fact that the Eagles, being shorthanded on defense, can only do so much to limit the explosiveness that the Texans did present. So, again, I thought they did a better job in the second half, but then in the fourth quarter, we saw some leakage there, especially in the secondary. Some of it was on Watson and the amazing plays. We talked about that time where he spun around 3 times and, was able to convert a 3rd and long into a 22-yard gain. But still, when you're looking down the stretch at a possible playoff run, it'll be interesting to see what kind of gas this defense will have left for going against some of these potential high-powered offenses.
Listen, I don't want to get into next year because we're a long way from that, but I do know one thing. That number 29 out there,
he's a starter.
He's a starting cornerback. He is a starting cornerback.
When you say starting cornerback, are you saying outside corner?
Yes, outside corner. When I seen him matched up on DeAndre Hopkins out there, and he went up and played bump and run coverage on him, and then when Deshaun Watson tried to throw an out route to him, he basically had to overthrow him because it would have been an interception. That's the tight-knit coverage Maddox had on DeAndre Hopkins out there. And listen, you said it. DeAndre Hopkins is arguably the best wide receiver in football. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you Avonte Maddox shut down DeAndre Hopkins. He certainly got his catches and his yards. But I'll tell you what, first look, those catches and yards didn't come when 29 was covering him. 29 was over there like a blanket on him. Had one play in zone coverage where he came off of DeAndre Hopkins, and Deshaun Watson was trying to hit the number 2 receiver on the out route, and Avonte Maddox almost had the interception there. Hit him right in his hands. That's why he plays corner and not wide out. But, man, you just look at his ability to change direction, his ability to get down in that stance and break on the football when he sees that it's thrown. Most cornerbacks, you line up across from DeAndre Hopkins, you're a little nervous, especially as a rookie, and you want to sort of play off so that you can react to everything. I saw him mix the coverages up on DeAndre Hopkins out there. He played off sometimes. He played up on the line, wasn't afraid to challenge him at the line of scrimmage, so much to the point that Houston recognized this, and they started moving Hopkins to the other side of the offensive formation. So, man, 29, that's 2 weeks in a row. You've seen him play on the outside against some of the best receivers last week, Robert Woods, Brandon Cooks. They tried him multiple times with Reynolds last week. They couldn't convert on him this week. not very many throws down the field. Anything they called on Avonte Maddox this week was pretty much underneath, and you'll sort of give that up. So, man, I'm loving the way Maddox is playing. We had watched him play safety, and we were impressed with him having the ability to adjust and play safety for the first time ever. But, man, watching him play corner, I didn't realize he had that type of foot speed and that type of reaction and instincts at the cornerback position. Watching him out there the last couple of weeks, I'm excited to see some more of him out there because, man, we haven't seen that type of technique and at that position, on a consistent basis. We just hadn't.
No, I think what's interesting is he played outside at Pitt. He didn't play nickel. He didn't play safety. He was an outside corner, okay? He was good at taking the ball away. The thing is, when you look at his size, a lot of people automatically said is he's your nickel corner. And I think that's what the Eagles pegged for him to be at some point down the line. But he has proven himself to be comfortable on the outside, like you mentioned, with the physicality he brings to the position, the technique, the awareness of the position. And there are corners that size who have thrived in the league.
One of my former teammates, I played with him when he first came into the league, undrafted player, right out of this area, Shippensburg, Brent Grimes.
Yep, that's what I was going to bring up.
But Brent Grimes can't be taller than 5'5". I mean, I don't know what his exact height is, but I know he's short. But he's a great athlete. He's a great athlete. And I can remember watching him in training camp, and Emmett Thomas was our coach down there in Atlanta, and Emmett loved him. He loved him. I'm like, man, he's a short guy, but Emmett loved his technique. He loved the fact that he wasn't afraid to get up and challenge receivers. And over a decade or something later, he's been to multiple Pro Bowls. He's been an all-pro player.
Still in the league.
Yeah, still in the league to this day, Brent Grimes. So size doesn't necessarily matter. If you're a smart football player and you play fearless and you're not afraid to get up and challenge guys, man, you don't worry about your height. Because the one thing Avonte Maddox knows, he's been short all his life. So he's adjusted to his height. It's like Darren Sproles. He's been that size his whole life, so it doesn't bother him. Brian Westbrook is another guy that it sort of reminds me of. Guys like that, they don't allow those limitations to be placed on them to tell them they can't do something. What they do is they accept the challenge and they go out to prove coaches, players, scouts, whomever wrong that they can play. And Avonte Maddox, man, I know it's early. I don't want to overreact to him, but just 2 weeks of watching him play on the outside, you really get to see some of his coverage skills. Because playing safety, you really don't know. But playing out there on that corner against some of the guys,
real quick.
And against some of the guys he's had to go up against, he's gotten tested the last 2 weeks, and he's passed it with flying colors.
Also, getting back to the defense here, some more reinforcements coming. Tim Jernigan back in the lineup, helping with that run defense, and you're hoping that he can stay healthy and bring it for the last game of the regular season next week in Washington. And Jordan Hicks having a tip pass, a nice open field tackle. You still felt Nigel Bradham still definitely had more snaps. He was the dime linebacker out there for the defense, but still, you need that leadership, that playmaking ability that Hicks has. It's great to see both of those guys. You're trying to get stronger up the middle here down the stretch. Great to see Jordan can help with that run defense and Hicks with that coverage ability, being able to give you some quality snaps today.
Yeah, you just got to hope that it's not too late. You want to be playing, obviously, your best football this time of the year, and the Eagles seem to be getting healthy, starting to get guys back out there, especially on that defensive side of the ball, which has really hampered them all year long. Guys shuffling guys in and out of the lineup makes it very difficult for the defensive coordinator and Jim Schwartz to come up with a game plan, use his full arsenal in his playbook, because when you're trying to learn the personnel that's being brought in week to week like it was in the secondary, it's difficult for a coach when he doesn't really know what you're good at doing versus what you're not good at doing. So it kind of handcuffs him as to what he can call out there. And that's why I've been tipping my cap to Jim Schwartz, the job he's been doing this year. People complain about not bringing extra guys for pressure or what have you, but the fact that he's losing guys, or he's lost guys week after week after week, and he's really, his unit has kept you in the game every week. Sure, you'd like them to finish some games a little bit better, but again, I remind you, he's playing shorthanded, especially in the secondary, and to be able to come up with coverages and to be able to put guys in position so that they can excel and make plays, it's not easy to do. I mean, there's guys out there right now, Chris, it's 74. I didn't even know who 74 was today. I'm like, who is 74 on this team? He had a big sack today on Deshaun Watson. So
Deshaun Hall coming, a former third-round pick.
I just think what the defensive coordinator has been able to do this year with these guys, and these guys responding to him out there, I think it's been nothing short than commendable, because Listen, when you get injuries, that can decimate a defense real quick. And to slow down quarterback like Deshaun Watson, stop this running game today. I mean, really, the last couple of weeks, the defense starting to get turnovers too.
Yeah.
Was that like 7 turnovers? They had 3 against the Cowboys, I believe, also. So to get turnovers the way they have the last 3 weeks, that's what you need. That's what they were doing last year that they hadn't been doing all year, and you can see it starting to come around now.
All right, we're waiting here from quarterback Nick Foles. So we'll talk about the playoff picture here for a moment here. So the Eagles, because of Dallas winning, clinches the Cowboys the NFC East. So they've won the division. So the Eagles, at best, can get a wild card spot. Minnesota, they were able to hold on to beat Detroit. So they are 8-6-1. So the Eagles would still need to win next week, and hopefully Minnesota loses. That would give the Eagles the edge over Minnesota. The Eagles can still get the edge over the Seahawks, who play the Chiefs tonight on Sunday Night Football, if the Seahawks lose their final 2 games, and of course if the Eagles win next week. So the Eagles have to win next week, first and foremost. They are not getting in the postseason without being Washington next week. The Eagles, while they can't win the division, can still finish with the 5th seed, okay, if they're able, if the Vikings lose and the Seahawks drop their final 2 games, and of course if the Eagles win their game against Washington next week.
So if the Seahawks win tonight, are they in? Are they locked in at 9-6?
Not 100% sure on that one. So.
Okay. Because I think they have the tiebreaker over the Eagles because of conference record. So I think they may have the edge. I'm not sure if they actually can clinch if they beat Kansas City tonight, but we still know there's one spot that'll definitely be open. So next week, the Eagles will do a little bit of scoreboard watching, but got to take care of business down in Washington.
And because of what happened earlier this season, blowing the leads against Carolina and Tennessee, that's put them in this position where certainly you could say if they had won one of those games, they would be on their way. But the journey wouldn't be what it is without those difficult losses along the way to get them to this point. So, like you said, the Eagles are playing their best football at this time of year. The offense is clicking. The defense is generating takeaways. I felt all year, for the most part, the defense was playing the same level that it was a year ago, okay? Even though it was undermanned, especially along the defensive line, you don't have the waves. You don't have the different lines of defensive linemen coming after the quarterback this year. It's been pretty much Brandon Graham, Michael Bennett, Chris Long. Those have been your guys on the edges, and you would have a Josh Sweat as a rotational guy. You would have, we talk about Deshaun Hall now coming in as a rotational guy, but those have been your 3 main core guys, and those are some older, crafty veterans here in the league playing a lot of snaps. And then inside, you haven't had Tim Jernigan for all but 2 games this year, so it's really been the Fletcher Cox show. First and foremost in the middle there. And you have other guys like Nada, and we're seeing Trayvon Hester had a sack today. Bruce Hector, some other guys have been helping as complementary pieces. Obviously, Graham and Bennett can move inside if need be on pass rush downs. But for the most part, it's been the stalwarts along the defensive line holding it down, holding it all together there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been that type of year where we saw last year the Eagles had the deepest defensive front in the game, the best defensive line in the game. They went 8 deep last year. And injuries will do that to you. They will deplete your roster. They'll deplete any position. And to have a couple injuries at that position, Derek Barnett, Haloti Ngata's been banged up. You mentioned Tim Jernigan being banged up. That certainly has depleted the depth on the roster. But you got to give those old guys a lot of credit, man. They aren't making any excuses. They're being asked to play more plays than thought coming into the season, and for the most part, I think they've held up. The thing I always say about defense, the defensive front and the back 7, they work hand in hand, right? So when you want your defensive front to be dominating, sometimes that back 7 has to force the quarterback to hold the ball a little bit longer. If the quarterback is able to get rid of the ball quick, that sort of neutralizes what your defensive line can do. And vice versa. You got a defensive line that's dominating up front, that's going to help your secondary out and not force them to cover as long. So it works hand in hand, and sometimes we don't know which is first, the chicken or the egg, right? Which came first?
Yes.
We don't know. I guess we'll put it on the defensive line to put them up front because that's where it typically starts at up front. But when you look at Cox, when you look at Brandon Graham, when you look at Michael Bennett and Chris Long, had you lost either one of those guys for any extended period of time this year, I don't know if the Eagles would be where they are right now.
Not whatsoever. It's amazing we've gone this long in the show. As thrilling as this comfort behind victory was, that we haven't talked about the referees. Okay, we don't need to
because
spend
they won.
That's what it is. Of
Yes,
course,
yes.
we don't need to spend a ton of time, but some very difficult calls, especially in the first half, where it happened on back-to-back drives where Nick Foles was going on the 2-point conversion, and Jadeveon Clowney basically ripped off his helmet, jerking his neck back. Wasn't called whatsoever, and they showed the referees right there staring at the play. It was clear as day for them to see, not making the call there. And then on the next drive, Brandon Graham coming in and called for the helmet-to-helmet hit. Some tough breaks for the Eagles that made the game much closer than it had to be. So speaking of Nick Foles, let's send it over to the link. The hero himself, number 9, addressing the media at Lincoln Financial Field.
Doug said that you checked from one pass play to another. What did you see in the coverage, and what did you check to?
Yeah, I just saw a unique coverage that they play, and we had a play in our arsenal that wasn't the one that was called, and I felt like I had time on the clock to check it and really take a shot with some speed with Nelly. And, we were able to execute it. Nelly made an amazing play and finished it off with a touchdown. And, it was really just all of us being on the same page, recognizing the coverage, understanding how to run the route. And, the line gave me time to, throw it. So it was awesome.
You took quite a shot in the sternum there. How severe of a hit was that, and how were you able to get up from that?
Oh, it was a great hit. Yeah, he got a good one on me. Trainers got out there. I was able to get my breath back. My ribs a little sore, but all in all, I feel great. Was able to I have to go out for a play, and Nate went in, and great experience for him to go into a game. But then I was ready to roll. I feel great.
The crowd's reaction kind of willing you back into that thing?
I'll have to see a different copy. I was more focused on just the people in front of me and knowing if we caught the ball or not. I had no clue if Alshon had caught it or anything, so I was trying to figure out what the scenario was. But the crowd was amazing today. It's always a joy to come out here and play in the Link and wear this jersey, and they were amazing, and we're grateful for that.
How did the X-rays turn out?
I'm great. Feel great.
How much pain were you in on that last drive after you came back in?
I felt really good. Once I was able to move around a little bit, I felt really good and was excited to get back out there with the guys.
A lot of players talk about how calm you are on the field, but how tough was it for you to keep your calm after that 2-point conversion try, and how much did that fire you?
Yeah, that's not what I normally do, but I also know that, John and I had to talk later. It's hard for them to see every angle, and I understand that. I was just a little upset, and I shouldn't do that. But I was fired up a little bit. It's a game. We're going out there to win against one of the best teams in the NFL right now. So we were able to calm back down, get the crowd going, and ultimately get a W.
Nick, the 3rd and 10 pass to him.
Where they were, they bailed out.
One more time.
To go from having them come back on you, and then you guys come back and get that win in the last seconds. What's that like for you guys to go through that?
Yeah, I think the thing I talk about a lot is adversity and just sticking together as a team, communication. And I think we saw a lot of that tonight. We saw a team that stuck together through all the ups and downs of the game. We saw, Jake Elliott, who's one of the best kickers in the league, miss an extra point, and then all of a sudden our team gave him an ability at the end of the game, and he has to kick the game winner. That's what this team's about, is just sticking together, loving one another, doing that every single play, not worrying about anything else but the play called. And, it was on full display today.
You want to?
I got you.
3rd and 10 throw on the last drive to Zach. Nick, surprised he was that wide open?
Well, there was a lot of stumbling going on. So, as I was releasing, I tried to put a little bit more air on it because I was hoping he would keep his feet. But the defender, Zach ran a great route. The defender stumbled. Zach was able to keep his feet and make a play, and that was a huge part of the game. But anytime he's running a route, I expect him to win.
So you had to talk with the ref after the 2-point conversion. What did you say to him about that play?
I just asked him if he saw what I felt, and he didn't at the time. But we had a great conversation later. It's a hard job to see everything, so they did the best they could.
Which hurt more, that or the hit at the end of the game? Which hurt more, that or the?
Oh, I feel great. Body feels great, so nothing's hurting. So I'm good.
Zach said that when you went on the field at the end, everybody was real calm, confident about marching the ball down the field.
Yeah, the big thing I talked to the guys about is just being in the moment. When we're in the huddle, that's all you worry about. Just worry about that play. You can't
you can't do it all at once. Just focus on that play, trust each other, and yeah, it was calm in the huddle. I mean, there's chaos going all around, but we're able to keep it calm in the huddle, and that's important in a game like that, especially when you're going down in a 2-minute drill to win a game where it's been back and forth and it's been a battle. Everyone did a great job executing that last drive.
You expect to play Sunday then?
You know what? That's all up to Coach. I'll let him talk on everything.
But physically,
Physically, I feel great. I feel great. I feel great. Yes.
To be given this chance again in this starting role now and possibly next week, breaking the all-time single-game passing record and a chance to take this team into the playoffs again, how special is this? Because we don't know what your future is after this year.
Yeah, I think I've said it many times, just staying in the moment. I'm fortunate to work with great people, fortunate to have great teammates. Everyone at the NovaCare facility. It's really been a joy throughout my career to, be in that facility, be there, and work with everyone. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just really just staying in this moment. I'm going to enjoy, Christmas with my family, my daughter, my wife. Those are the things that are so important to me. I haven't seen them yet, so I'm excited to go, my mom, dad, little sister here, my niece. So that's the things that are really special, especially this time of year, just going to embrace them and spend time with them. So it's the stuff I'm looking forward to.
Other players have talked about how you inspired them. We all know about Chris Long's shrine to you this week. One, what'd you think of the shrine? And two, do you get that feeling from the other players in the locker room?
Chris is a character. We have a long history together. Love him. I think the big thing is I just want to be me. I want the guys to know that when I go in there, that's who I am. When I step in the huddle, I'm not going to change when we're at a restaurant or out in public. Like, I want to be who I am. I want to be genuine, and I think that that's a powerful thing. There's a lot of times where we try to be politically correct, and we don't get to show our personalities. I know Doug says it. I know Andy Reid says it, but they always taught me, let your personality show. We all come together as a team. We have X's and O's, but the way teams win is there's personalities. Let them show, let them play, stick with one another. And you're seeing a lot of that throughout the game. You're seeing a lot of that in practice and meetings. And that's really important. That's what a family is. Everyone's different, but everyone can come together in a common goal. So tonight was a fun night for all of us to do that.
Is that the question? It's the last home game of the season. Did it occur to you that this might be the last time you're playing here?
Yeah, it did. It did. It's emotional. Like I said, I love playing in Philly. I knew this was, there's a chance this could be it. And, I don't think about the future, but I am aware of that because this city means a lot to me. This team means a lot to me. Wearing that jersey means a lot to me. A couple of weeks ago when I ran out of that tunnel, I didn't expect to play. I'm there to support the team and do what I can. And I got emotional then because I knew that there's a chance it's coming to an end. But at the end of the day, I am very grateful for every opportunity to play here, to play in front of our fans, to wear that jersey no matter what. No one can ever take that away from me. And this was a special one tonight. I don't know what the future holds. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to focus on now, enjoy just being in Philadelphia, enjoy the people, enjoy wearing this jersey, because it's some of the most special moments of my life.
If it is your last game here, you go out setting the franchise record for passing yards in the game. What does that mean to you?
I think the big thing is I always look at records as who's involved. It's not just me. There's a lot of guys that made an amazing amount of plays. The line gave me protection. Each game is a different entity. Some games you got to rush for 3 touchdowns. You don't throw any. Some games, you don't get any passing yards, but somehow you win. And then some games, you just have to light it up. And this was one of those games. I always think back to my teammates, the people who are there, the coaches that put us in the position, talking on the sidelines. So that's what it means to me is the people that are involved. And obviously, it's a team thing.
Time for a couple more questions. Nick, you've been around Zach for a lot of years. He obviously broke the record for tight ends. What's your impression of what he accomplished this year?
It's amazing. I mean, and especially to break the record that was held by someone that he looked up to as a kid. And now Zach gets to be a person that kids look up to. There's a lot of kids out there, probably, middle school, elementary school, high school football, they're looking at Zach Ertz and what he does. And he's impacting a lot of people by not only how he plays, but what he says after he breaks records. And that's the thing that's the most amazing to me. But I'm super proud of him. He's had an amazing career. He's had an amazing year. And, we still have work to do.
After you threw your interception, it seemed like you went around to the team and
had a word with them on the sideline. Is that accurate? And if so, what was your message?
Yeah, it's just like, hey, let's just keep going. I think the most important thing sometimes when quarterbacks throw interceptions or something happens, everyone's like, is he all right? Because, I mean, it's a big play in a game. I just, bad throw, bad decision. And I think the big thing is just reassuring, hey, we're good. Let's just keep going. Let's keep playing. Let's forget about it. Have a short memory. And like I said, when we're in that huddle, that's the eye of the storm. Let's keep it calm. Let's just focus on the play. We're in this together. That's the adversity we talk about. And that's all it is. And the team that can overcome adversity the best is usually the one that wins.
Take one more if we have it.
Nick, just talk about one more shot at a playoff game next week. You guys know what's in front of you. Just what's that mean for you guys?
It means everything. Just to play another game as an Eagle means everything to us. But a lot of the different things, we can't control a lot of the scenarios. All we can control about is our preparation, what we do on a day in and day out basis at the NovaCare facility, getting ready for the next game. So this week, more than anything, just staying in the moment, controlling what we can control, enjoying the moment with one another. That's what it's about.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank y'all. Merry Christmas.
All right. Nick Foles addressing the media after his record-setting 471-yard performance that ended with the game-winning drive as the final seconds ticked off the clock. Just a brilliant, brilliant performance. And Ike, we're actually going to hear from head coach Doug Pearson, his one-on-one interview with Mike Quick in just a few moments. But first, the way that Nick sounded in that press conference, talking about the memories and appreciating the opportunity to put the jersey on. You have to wonder if Carson Wentz, okay, we haven't talked about him to this point. If Carson Wentz is healthy, in my estimation, he's the quarterback next week. No question about it. What are your thoughts on that situation? Because certainly a lot of fans are probably thinking at this point, Foles has to be the guy.
Well, I tell you what, I'm with you on that. But
Yes.
as a matter of fact, when Carson is healthy, just as Doug has said repeatedly, I believe he will be the starting quarterback as he should be. But, man, I'm sitting there listening to Nick. I'm sitting there watching him at that podium. And, man, I love me some Nicky Six, man. I love Nick Foles. Love watching him play. I love his approach to the game. I love how he loves his teammates, how he loves playing here.
He's loving them.
And because of the Cowboys winning earlier today, this will more than likely be Nick Foles' last time he plays as an Eagle in Lincoln Financial Field. Now, we don't know what the future holds, whether or not he'll be back. Now, all that stuff will work itself out in the offseason, but there is that possibility that he could have suited up for the last time as an Eagle in Lincoln Financial Field. And I'm glad that that was somewhat in the back of his mind. I talked about this on my radio show earlier this week. Not just for Nick, but for several guys, right, that have pending free agencies coming up. And they aren't going to let it consume their thinking throughout the week. But I remember my last year, the Super Bowl year here.
About this.
It's
a championship game.
It's in the back of your mind that this is the last time that I could be walking out on the field to play in front of these awesome fans. And so for Nick to put on the performance that he did today, man, he did what Nick Foles typically does, man. When there's a big moment there and he needs to rise to the occasion, he has no problem rising to the occasion. Franchise record for yards today, 4 touchdown passes today. I mean, big play after big play. If, and I say if, with air quotes, if it is his last time playing in Lincoln Financial Field as an Eagle, what a way to go out, man. What an awesome way to go out. And I don't know what the future lies, the immediate future, meaning next week. I know Carson has to be chomping at the bit, but the organization is going to do what they think is in his best interest and the organization's best interest moving forward, because there is a bigger picture here, which is Carson Wentz's health moving forward. I tell you what, it is a great problem to have, right? When you know you have 2 guys that no matter who lines up under center, you feel comfortable, confident that they can lead you to victory. I tell you, I wouldn't want to be Doug right now because, well, I'll tell you what, how can you be wrong? You can't go wrong with whoever you go with.
Carson's a guy. That's the thing.
Sure.
If Carson is healthy, this goes back to how Doug has qualified it. If there's no chance for him to further injure himself, okay, and that's the biggest thing, because you're 100% right about the big picture that Wentz is a franchise. If there's no further risk, you're putting him, he's the guy. Week 17, he's the one who helped them get in position here, okay, bounce it back from the ACL and LCL injuries. He's my guy in Week 17 in a win and possibly get in situation for this football team. If he's not good, it's an easy decision. You go back to Nick for another week. I think it's pretty cut and dry from that standpoint.
The thing I love about it is there is no controversy. Sure, there is doing the job that I do throughout the week. We can create some of that stuff.
This is sports radio gold for you.
Yes, but for this team and where it matters the most at, these players, there is no controversy. This coaching staff, there is no controversy. And the best part is that this team supports regardless whomever's behind center. And they feel they can win with whomever lines up under center. We know what Nick has done on the biggest of stages, and we know the talent that Carson Wentz possesses as the starting quarterback moving forward here. So we're in a great position. Whomever is under center next week against the Redskins, I think we're in a good position to win that football game. We're going to need some things to sort of fall our way with some other teams.
Of course.
But I feel good about next week from the Eagles standpoint, taking on the Redskins. I think we're in a good position. Team is playing well. Not just the last 2 games, Chris. Think about it. They've won 4 out of the last 5 games. So they're going through their best stretch of the season right now. We just hope it's not too late.
If you were to say a couple weeks ago that you're going to beat the Rams and the Texans, both leading the division, both in the number 2 seeds in the conference at the respective time with so much to play for, one game in Los Angeles, the other one here at the Link. Now, most people said no chance the Eagles would pull it off, and they've done it in a thrilling fashion in back-to-back weeks. So, Doug Peterson, we talked about him for most of the show here with the brilliant play calling, the aggressive nature of his play calling today, especially when you contrast it and compare it to what Bill O'Brien did for the Texans. Doug Peterson spoke with Hall of Fame wide receiver Mike Quick. It's our weekly one-on-one interview post-game. Let's send you all to that right now.
Coach, first of all, congratulations. Did we need so much drama in this game?
You really don't. Sometimes we make this thing too hard on ourselves, quite frankly, with especially with a 2-score lead like we had. But, you know, it's a resilient group, as we know. We've talked about that all season, and they find a way to win. I mean, it's a lot of individual efforts today, but quite frankly, this was a great team win.
How important was it for you to get Darren Sproles out first involved in the offense and in space the way you got him today?
Yeah, I think it's important each week. You know, we're still giving him more and more kind of each week. We've been kind of easing him back, with the injury, just don't want to push him. But after these last couple of weeks, he can definitely take a little more on his plate, and you know, he can be a matchup nightmare sometimes for defenders and especially linebackers. And you know, it's sometimes it's a safety blanket for the quarterback too, knowing where your running backs are going to be as far as the passing game goes, and then to make that long run he did at the end to put us really into field goal range is something that is a credit to him and just a great job.
You knew that defense, that front 7, Clowney, those guys could wreck the defense or wreck your offense. He got some early. What made the difference late in the game, though, where he wasn't nearly as effective?
You know, I think you know, when you get in those situations that, first of all, Clowney and J.J. Watt, these are tremendous players. Yep. These guys are tremendous, and you know, J.J. kind of had his way a little bit early in this football game, and you know, really the whole game, I guess I should say. But you know, I think it comes a time where you know, they started moving him around too late in the game. So once you start moving him around, you know, you're pushing him through the middle of the pocket. I understand what they're trying to do is put a little pressure up the middle, and he's a long guy. You could probably bat some balls down, but great job by our offensive line, just handling him late in the game and allowing Nick to complete some balls.
You talked about the individual performances in Nick himself, throwing for 471 yards on the day. How big was his performance? And then coming back in after that big hit.
Yeah, you know, I mean, Nick had a tremendous game. I think he set a record today for Eagles as far as the passing goes and yardage and all that, and I'm happy for him. And you know, he'll be the first to tell you that he credits everybody else. His you know, that's just Nick. You know, he credits his receivers, his line, his backs, everybody else. And you know, that's the thing about it is, you know, he's that point guard that just wants to distribute the ball. He wants to get the ball in his playmakers' hands and let them do the work. And you know, it's a credit to him. He gets the ball out of his hand, and you know, it's probably more again about the team kind of hanging together and being resilient and really making plays for Nick. I mean, you know, you put a pass up and Alshon just elevates again late in the game, comes down with a huge catch. I mean, those are just things that our playmakers are starting to do.
Their offense centered around Watson and of course Hopkins, but you're able to limit them somewhat. What was the plan with their quarterback?
Well, number one thing is we try to keep him in the pocket.
Yes.
And if you can't, then you have to try to get them down in space. And there were times today where we didn't do a very good job of either one. Now, credit him. He's a tremendous athlete. He broke out of some tackles today that are just kind of wow moments, and he's going to continue to grow and get better. But, if you can kind of isolate him and control him, keep him in the pocket, you can get him on the ground and force him to make some erratic throws. But he's a special player, Hopkins is another one of those receivers that can be very explosive. Late in the game, they went after him a little bit and targeted him a little bit more, and that's what you do. You put the ball in your playmaker's hands.
I have to ask you about not necessarily the play calls, anyone in particular, but when you have to go through the adversity that you have to go through, when you're getting those calls that go against you, what do you tell your guys? How do you keep your guys up in those situations?
I just keep telling them that we just got to continue to fight through it. I mean, that's all you can do. Sometimes a call is going to go against you. Sometimes it's going to go in your favor. We just got to kind of block out the noise, and just move on to the next play. It's like making a bad play. If you make a bad play, don't focus on it. Move forward. Let's get better the next time.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank Quick.
The most candid that you will see Doug Peterson each and every week is that one-on-one interview with Mike Quick. So we got some things on the playoff front situated, squared away during the breaks there. So Seattle, you had asked before about Seattle. A win tonight over the Chiefs Sunday Night Football, they are in. That they will have their spot locked up, and then at that point it would be Eagles must win, Vikings must lose. That would be it right there. The Vikings play the Bears. The Bears still have the possible first-round bye to play for. So that's the key that you're looking for from that standpoint here. And then the Seahawks, again, they play tonight against the Chiefs. Next week it's against the Cardinals. And then the Vikings right there, 8-6-1. They got the win over Detroit today. Thanks, Detroit, for nothing. But they play the Bears next week there. So it's pretty cut and dry. Certainly you hope that maybe the Chiefs, that maybe Andy Reid could do us a solid, give Doug a solid,
take care of the Seahawks tonight.
Take care of the Seahawks and make things a little bit easier to give the Eagles another avenue to be able to get into the postseason. And the Eagles can still finish as high as a 5th seed. So the division's out at this point. Okay, Dallas has won the NFC East. So be it. It would be great. This would be the dream come true if the Eagles could somehow get the 5th seed. Which again, it would be Seahawks have to lose their final 2. Minnesota loses next week. Eagles win. Okay, that would give the Eagles the 5th seed. Cowboys pretty much locked into that 4 seed. 4 plays 5 in the wild card round. Would you love to go to Jerry World there in a couple of weeks?
Oh, yeah.
That third crack at the Cowboys.
Yes, we want another crack at those guys. Yes, that we would love to have another crack at those guys. Just get in, though, honestly. We obviously just want to get in, but I'm with you there. The matchup.
It's the holiday season. I'm dreaming, okay?
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
The gift, you could say, this reminds me, one of my favorite games to cover for my years here.
And plus, that's better than going to Chicago.
That's the absolute truth.
Hey, on a Saturday night in Chicago,
certainly
that's not good.
In wintertime, no thanks whatsoever. But one of my favorite games covering was the Jeff Garcia Christmas game that clinched the NFC East for the Eagles that 2006 season. Okay, that came on Christmas Day, 2 days away from the Christmas holiday. Nick Foles delivering a nice little gift here, so to speak, here to again give the Eagles a chance to keep hope alive going into the final week of the regular season, which for me, about a month ago, probably it was really after that Saints loss. Okay, at that point, I'm thinking, just make these games meaningful. Give the fans something to cheer for. Give them something to believe in. You don't want to be playing out the string in week 16 and 17 and just totally changing the mood and atmosphere for everyone in the city. Because obviously it was so great going through the Super Bowl run a year ago and the memories that we'll always have from that. But you want a little more. Okay, we've had the taste. We want to keep getting to the table.
Postseason play is great. Postseason play, you get in, and then you see what happens after you get in. I just look back to last year. As great as good as Kansas City was in the regular season, Tennessee goes to Kansas City and wins in the first round.
Yes.
And so that's why I love the playoffs, because it's single game elimination. Doesn't matter what you did all season long. typically the teams that are playing the best football late in the year are the most dangerous teams, especially in that first round. That's why you saw Atlanta knock off the Rams last year in the first round. I just mentioned Tennessee knocking off the Chiefs. Stuff like that happens in that wild card round. And with the Eagles, if they were to win next week, they would have won 5 out of their last 6 games heading into the postseason if they were able to qualify. So that's sort of what you want to be doing. Just get in and let the chips fall where they may. And I guarantee you, no one wants to play the defending champs if they get into the playoffs.
No, not at all whatsoever. So again, the Eagles have to win next week. Going into today, no matter what happened today, there was, believe it or not, a scenario where if the Eagles lost today, there would still be a chance. No, the Eagles.
That's over.
That's over.
Yeah.
Eagles won, took care of business, but they still have to win next week in Washington, and it will be interesting to see how they respond after such a deflating loss yesterday to Tennessee.
Yeah, I've been in that position before, Chris, down in Atlanta. And I would imagine there's going to be a lot of packing this week down in D.C. They'll be getting ready for the offseason, right? I mean, Josh Johnson, he'll be happy. He hadn't played football in years. I mean, he's just happy to be back on the roster. So he may be a one-man crew out there next week. But everyone else, guys, when they know that they have nothing to play for and their season is over with, the last thing they want to do is get injured. And to be stuck in the city that they play in for the whole offseason rehabbing. So, I would imagine Washington will start the game off, giving the old good college try. But if the Eagles were to get up on them early, they're packing it in. They're packing it in. They have no reason to fight. They know that they're pretty much eliminated from playoff contention. I expect the Eagles to go down there and really play a dominant game. It's really going to boil down to whether or not Chicago helps us out and takes care of the Minnesota Vikings. So I really do expect the Eagles to go down there and win next week.
Yeah, so right now the game is scheduled for 1 o'clock. The NFL can flex games 1 week in advance for Week 17. The one game of note is Tennessee-Indianapolis. That's probably the one that's going to get flexed to the primetime spot. Yeah. Usually that's announced just before tonight's primetime game before the Chiefs and the Seahawks. So we'll wait to hear on that. But there's a chance the Eagles could get flexed to the late afternoon slot next week. So that all remains to be seen. So we started off the show with Merrill Reese's call of Jake Elliott's game-winning 35-yard field goal. Let's go through the rest of the best of Merrill Cam, thanks to Sports Radio 94 WIP, providing the footage from the booth here with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick.
This is 4th down and about 2. Foles takes it. He's back. He fires out. He's got Sproles. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10. Cuts back at the 5. He's in! Mighty Bev took it in!
How sweet is that?
37 yards.
How sweet is that? Darren Sproles catches it, and there's an opportunity for the linebacker to make a play. Sproles is able to get by him, get down the sideline, and once he gets down the sideline out in space, you're not going to get him on the ground. He gets it into the end zone for the touchdown.
Foles takes the snap. He's back. He looks. He fires. Complete. Touchdown. Zach Ertz.
A lot of work, but they got it done.
They did it the hard way. They did it the hard way.
You know, they line up a bunch on the left side, and Zach Ertz runs a little Texas route. He angles to the outside, comes back in, very similar to the route that they tried to get into Darren Sproles, and he gets a touchdown.
With 5:57 remaining here in the third quarter, and this will be a 46-yard attempt. Make it 47 as the holder Cameron Johnston backs up 1 more yard. 47-yard attempt to make it 16 apiece. Ball is spotted. Kick is away, and the kick is good! We're tied at 16. 2.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. 16-16. 1st and 10 Eagles. Ball at their own 17. Sproles. Position to the left of Foles. Foles straight back. He looks, steps up, starts to run. He is going deep. He is firing, and it is caught. It is Aguilar at the 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Nelson Aguilar!
That's what he's been asking for all afternoon. I saw him talking to Mike Groh because Nelson knows that he can outrun this defense. He blows the top off of this defense. Nick Foles drops in a dime to Nelson Aguilar.
Watson back again. Here comes the rush. He's hit. Football is loose. It's a free ball. The Eagles have it. And it is picked up by Fletcher Cox, who runs out of bounds. And the Eagles get their turnover. Ertz back. He is floating it. It is complete to Ertz. Ertz at the 10. Ertz at the 5. Ertz to the end zone. Another touchdown for Zach Ertz.
This is the best piece. That's the best piece of running I've ever seen by Zach Ertz. He catches a little flat route. He gets upfield. He avoids the linebacker, and then he avoids the safety.
Ball at the 21. Watson in the gun. Blue to his left. Watson drops. Watson looks. He's grabbed. They've got him back at the 32. It is Trayvon Hester. Watson's back. Watson steps up. He's starting to run. He's tackled, and he's down at the 44-yard line by Chris Long.
Chris Long did it again. You know, he had the strip sack earlier in the game.
Hold your breath. Spotted. Kicked up. It is gone! It's gone! The Eagles win!
What an outstanding football game. Now, that's a fun game. That's outstanding. The Eagles on 11 plays, Mr. Reese, they go 72 yards. Jake Elliott topped it off with a 35-yard bomb right through the uprights.
Last week's game was in Los Angeles. This one was strictly out of Hollywood.
Thanks again to Sports Radio 94 WIP. And how many more people can we fit in the booth there? Oh, that was a party. That was a party by the end of that Merrill Cam segment right there. So if you missed any of it, we will have it for you later on PhiladelphiaEagles.com and the app. So as the 2018 calendar year starts to come to a close, you know, you can follow this under things that we didn't think we would see, Ike. How about the New England Patriots thanking Nick Foles? And you go back to, obviously, Foles and his MVP performance in the Super Bowl, you would be like, that's never going to take place. But by virtue of Foles' performance and the Eagles winning today, the Patriots, they clinched the AFC East, and they are now in the number 2 spot in the AFC, bumping back the Texans there.
Because they beat the Texans earlier this year. Yeah, so they own the tiebreaker.
So, in fact, the picture that went with the tweet was none other than Tom Brady hugging Nick Foles, which you know didn't happen at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that was the preseason game this
exactly.
year.
Yes.
So, get that photo up.
We'll just leave it right there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a quick commercial break. We have some film breakdown segments courtesy of Fran Duffy and Greg Cosell, and we also have the nominees for the Toyota Player of the Game Award. There'll be a lot of debating for that one there. So if you're following us on Facebook or Twitter, you need to come on over to PhiladelphiaEagles.com or the app to watch the rest of the show. We'll give you a few minutes to get situated as we take our first break.
Oh, low battery. Who's that? It's gonna go. It's gonna go. All right. Good afternoon.
Doug, what do you know about Nick Foles'? What do you know about Nick Foles' ribs?
What do I know about him?
Are they broke, cracked?
No, he's good. He's fine.
Start Sunday.
He will start. Dang, I was gonna give you that one.
How about
I know. JP? JP's gonna be day to day. Yeah, day to day. So, but you know, he's been kind of that way all season, and we'll keep monitoring him, and same type of schedule this week. So the extra rest Wednesday with walkthroughs will help him.
And the plan is to still keep Carson on the 53-man roster?
Correct. Correct.
Are you holding out hope that he can be back for the playoffs, or what's the?
Well, I mean, you know, right now nothing has really changed. We're just waiting for the natural time of healing to take his place, but nothing has changed, and this is the plan for at least this week.
Doug, if you do go to the playoffs, if you do get in, Would it be hard to take Nick out? Carson, at that point, won't have played for a month. Or is Carson the guy no matter what?
Yeah, it's hard to answer that just because we got Washington and we got to win. I mean, we got to win this week, and then we'll answer these questions next week. But I hope we're in that position.
But the reason recovery time frame, you said 3 months, a couple weeks ago, but you got better news, I guess. What is his recovery time frame now? When will he be?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of as he goes through this natural healing process and the rest and everything. I mean we continue. I say our doctors, our medical team will continue to evaluate him and we'll see where he's at. I mean. Right now, Nick is the guy, and we're gonna finish at least this last game with Nick, and then we'll evaluate next week again.
Are you cautious of giving it a time frame, or can you not give it a time frame?
It's hard to give it a time frame just because of the nature. I mean, rest is rest, and it's with any player. I mean, Avonte Maddox a couple weeks ago just needed rest and healing, and now he's back out on the field. So we just got to let that take place.
Nick has been playing. I mean, would it be hard to take him out? I mean, if it came down to that?
Well, those are obviously, conversations we got to have. They're tough decisions to make. I've said all along that Carson's our guy, and if he's cleared and 100% and ready to go, then we'll address that at that time.
How are you going to keep the guys away from the Viking scenario of?
Well, we know. I mean,
scoreboard watching and such.
We can't control what Washington puts on their scoreboard, so
You want to know during the game. I mean,
You know what? I don't think it matters because, quite frankly, our guys are still playing for a lot of reasons, and so a lot of pride in the locker room. So both games are at the same time, and we just got to focus on Washington and get through that game.
Are you going to take a peek up there if they put the score up during the game?
No.
You won't?
No. That's what I got Brett for. No.
How good are you guys right now, Doug? I mean, how much are you your best right now, and if so, why? And how do you view yourselves, relative to the rest of the league?
I think we've gotten better throughout the season. You definitely want to be playing your best football collectively as a group this time of year, and I think we are doing that. And then that being said, we didn't run the ball very well yesterday. 11 penalties yesterday. We were, in the negative side of the turnover battle yesterday. So there's still a lot of things we need to fix, and in order to, for our season to continue. But I do think that collectively, offense, defense, and special teams, I think we are playing our best football at this time.
Your average 9.1 yards per pass attempt, which was the most this season. Last week was the second most, 8.7. What's been the difference in throwing the ball downfield?
I think a lot of it has to do with sometimes it's the opponent we play. I mean, you guys know sometimes, I'm not getting hammered today on run-pass ratio. I know that. I mean, it's just because we won the game, so that doesn't matter. It's how well what we feel as coaches is the best way to attack a defense, and obviously our opponent's going to do the same thing. And games just happen that way. We've had games where we've ran the ball more than we've thrown and we've won, and now we've thrown the ball more than we've run and we've won. And so there's really no, and the thing everybody understands too. When you get in these games, these are all playoff games. These are all playoff type games for us, and I think what you're seeing is everybody's sort of heightened awareness and just kind of sense of urgency has picked up a little bit here in the last couple of weeks, knowing that we got to win out to give ourselves a chance. Now, so it's definitely a credit to the team for being in this position.
Your run-pass ratio was
yeah.
Sproles, are you kind of surprised, amazed at what he's been able to do? Really hadn't played much football for 2 years and these last few games.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, and I say that because of watching this guy day in and day out, whether it's been through his rehab or the way he's practiced during the week. This guy goes 100 miles an hour every single day, and it shows up. You know, when you see this stuff in a game, it's not surprising because he does it during the week. And so it's just, again, it's a credit to him where he is in his career. He's been a valuable part of the Eagles organization since he's been here, and quite frankly, this time of the year for us right now.
Dad, you talk so much about playing your best football at this point in December. I'm curious, through everything you guys have gone through this season, going into the final regular game of the season, how would you describe the identity of this team?
This identity, I think I listened to like Chris Long's comments. I listened to Zach Ertz's comments, after the game yesterday, and this is a team right now. The identity is going to be we're going to try to be more physical than our opponent. We don't necessarily care who gets the credit. We're going to try to be a run first oriented team. I mean, we've been able to do that in the last couple of weeks outside of yesterday. And then on defense, I think what you're seeing now on defense, what we talk about all season is flying around, guys hustling to the football and making plays. And I think that's what you're seeing, the identity of this football team. And you talk about a Philly type team. This is who we are right now. And quite frankly, I mean, there's not a lot of finesse about it. We try to line up and try to be the more dominant physical team, and that's what you're seeing.
On that final drive yesterday, Zach Ertz's big catch, it looked like he got two defenders to kind of run into each other. Just what stood out about his release off the line of scrimmage and the way he ran that route?
Well, they did collide. One had the back and one had Zach. So man coverage, and he just kind of wiggled off the ball, and just so happened those two guys collided. Fortunate though, he also got tripped up and didn't fall down. He stayed up, and Nick was able to hit him for a big gain, and got us right down into field goal range on that play.
What did you make of
the Josh Adams fumble? It seemed like the game just totally turned around right then. Your defense had been playing so well, had come up with a turnover that led to a touchdown, had gotten a 3 and out after the Foles interception, and then all of a sudden that fumble just seemed to open the floodgates. How did you see that?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of the same way. Anytime, as a young runner, number one, when you're in your 4-minute type offense, we always talk about two hands on the ball, and what ended up happening is his left hand came off the ball, and 41 for them was able to get a hand on it, and great play by them, great learning experience for Josh, obviously, and then at that point, it's tough because you're up 2 scores, and you think you want to be able to just run the ball out, keep the ball, time goes off the clock, or they get the ball back with maybe under a minute left or whatever. And this is where when you get a sudden change like this in any game, especially late in the fourth quarter, that again, you talk about your heightened awareness, attention to detail, things of that nature. This is when you expect your defense to go back out on the field and try to create a stop. And the offense is going to be in a hurry-up tempo, hurry-up mode. And quite frankly, we got to do a better job in those situations.
At the end of the first half, what, if anything, could you have done better there?
First half, what happened?
You did not get the field goal off. You couldn't get out of bounds on that play.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't get out of bounds. So we had 10 seconds left, right? Yeah, 10 seconds left, and we were trying to get a pass to the sideline and just try to steal another 5, 6, 7 yards at that point. Didn't do it. They got us right there, and clock ran off. That was basically it.
What do you make of Nelson's season? His targets have gone down, but he always seems, even if he gets targeted once or twice in a game, seems to be kind of mentally engaged and with it and ready.
I tell you, he's in a great place, mentally, physically. You saw it yesterday. I was happy for him getting the end zone for him, and a big play in the game. And he's another one of the guys that's an unselfish guy. He comes to work every day, practices hard, puts in the time, the effort. A guy that has kind of battled some sickness, here in the last week or so, and fought through that, but just stays steady, stays constant, and got a lot of confidence in him, and it was really good to see him have that type of game yesterday.
Okay, Zach Ertz said that one of the things that Nick does well is he gives his receivers a chance on 50-50 balls, jump balls, trust them, doesn't try often to be perfect. What is it about Nick, and how has that benefited the offense the last 2 weeks?
Well, I think that's, you got to have a lot of courage. You got to have a lot of faith in as a quarterback, being able to throw some of those balls in your receivers. You've seen Alshon now these last 2 weeks elevate and make two or three big catches over the top of defenders, and none bigger than yesterday. Zach the same way. I mean, when you have 16 targets, you just, as a quarterback, I would just say, hey, just run your route. Just run your route. I'll find the completion, and that's that mentality that Nick has right now, and he just wants to distribute the ball. As you guys know, he doesn't want any credit. He gives the credit to his teammates, and he does a lot of good that way, a lot of positive, and that's a lot of what a backup quarterback, and right now he's a starter, so he's not necessarily a backup, but the mentality is just you want to be able to come in and execute the offense and just let the offense work. You don't have to be or do anything other than that, and I think that's what you're seeing right now.
Jernigan came back yesterday, didn't play a ton. How did he come through it, and did he have a big role?
Yeah, he came through fine. The snaps he was in there, he was effective, and I would anticipate his, barring any setbacks that he has this week of all, but I would expect him to play more. Yeah.
Lane Johnson said that when the Pro Bowl bids were announced last week, he drove to the facility at 2:30 in the morning and slept here. Were you?
I was not here.
Were you aware that he did that, and just what did you see sort of in his preparation last week leading up to the matchup?
Yeah, I was aware. I was aware that he came in. I thought it was kind of odd, but dealing with Lane. But I think last week I think he wanted to prove a point to himself and maybe to the voters out there that he's a pretty good tackle, and we think he's a pretty good tackle. And these last couple of games, he's demonstrated that, and obviously against a tremendous pass rusher in J.J. Watt yesterday, who wasn't around the quarterback a whole lot, which was a good thing. So credit to Lane and his preparation. I mean, I'm sure inside he was mad and upset that he wasn't in the conversation, but he probably feels like he's better than an alternate, in the Pro Bowl, and but his preparation was the same. He came to work and put in the time, and I think he shows it by taking it out, on his opponent in the game.
I know this is kind of like a hypothetical and stuff like that, but what's your philosophy? Like, if you have a chance to play for a first round bye and home field in the second round, as opposed to resting your guys and having a home game for the first round, how would you approach that?
Yeah, a lot like, you saw us last year. We went into that Christmas Day Monday night game playing for the first round and really home field throughout, and then of course we rested our guys the next week. So I think, and I know there's some situations now where some teams, like the Bears are still fighting for that spot, the Rams are still fighting for their spots and all that kind of stuff. You play to win. You play to win those games, and obviously you can't control the other game, but I would play to win. I would play to, if I could improve my position, you play, and then you see what happens at the end of the day. Unless you had it maybe like New Orleans right now, where you have it kind of locked up and the whole thing, maybe you do something differently. But if I can improve my position, I would play.
You're going to call Matt Nagy this week and ask for a little bit of help?
I might maybe have done that. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe I've already done that this morning. Sydney is still kind of dated. He's still a little bit further away. Isaac he's truly day to day this week. We'll see Wednesday where he's at. He is getting better. So. Mike Wallace is getting better too. I will tell you that Mike will entertain some more individual reps on Wednesday, Thursday, see where he's at moving forward.
Right. What's the difference between day-to-day and truly day-to-day? So if you don't say truly, hour by hour.
John McMullen writes, it's Christmas, it's St. Nick. Nick Foles breaks the Eagles' franchise record for passing yards in a game. Nick Foles, a massive second half. Of course, we forget about the first half where he had the fumble and the interception, but hey, it's Christmas time, so we're trying to be positive. John McMullen joins us now. John, how you doing on this Christmas Eve?
I'm doing well. Yeah, you've noticed there's no complaints over pass-run ratio.
Right.
There's no complaints over being too Zach Ertz-centric because it's St. Nick.
And they won.
And he does it again. Yeah, winning cures everything.
It really does.
So a lot of the same issues the Eagles have had are still there, but you got to give the guy credit. He finds ways to win football games, and I think the biggest difference has been the situational football. He was 15 out of 16 on 3rd and 4th downs. So when that happens, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter if you're passing, doesn't matter if you're running. That means you're converting, and that means you're scoring points, and that's exactly what happened.
John, someone asked this question earlier. I wanted to get your thoughts on this. They asked, and someone on the text board was texting us and asked us, if Doug Peterson called the game the same way with Wentz that he does with Foles, would the Eagles have won more games? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a catch-22 because you don't and you never will. So I think it's kind of the best example of that would be Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. I mean, you do rely and you do use quarterbacks who are superstars as a bit of a crutch. And you do hunker down. And I talked about it last week. One of the issues, it's not only the coaching staff, it's also the players. The players understand. They got to focus in a little bit more when the backup is in there. And they have to pay a little bit more attention to detail. It's just human nature. If you have a superstar player on the field, sometimes you say, he'll probably bail me out. You see it in the NBA all the time. Best example, whether you want to look at LeBron James, Michael Jordan, whoever. Yeah, I mean, you play differently when you're around players like that. And I don't know how you change that. I think if people could figure out how to change that, the Packers probably have 5 or 6 rings right now.
John, Nick Foles got a little emotional in the post game about the fact that, they were asking if this has possibly been his last home game at Lincoln Financial Field. It feels like to me that Nick is really living in the moment. He's not trying to think too far ahead, but
you think?
Well,
he says that every other line.
But John, when he's laying on the ground after he gets blasted by Clowney, I mean, this is a guy who just a few years ago is getting ready to walk away from football, become a pastor, and spend time with his family. 3 years later, he's Super Bowl MVP. He's got money in the bank, and he's laying on the ground after getting the wind knocked out of him by Jadeveon Clowney. Do you think there's a part of Nick Foles who maybe he is questioning how long do I really want to keep doing this?
I don't think he's questioning that right now because he's been so successful. Certainly that in the past, if it wasn't Andy Reid that came knocking on this door to bring him to Kansas City, he probably would have retired. He was only going to play for Andy at that particular time, and obviously Doug is an offshoot of Andy. So that worked out for him. He loves Philadelphia. He loves this organization. He loves playing for this team. But I don't know how he's going to walk away from over $20 million. He's going to get it from somebody next year. So that to me is difficult to do. And I don't think ultimately he will do that. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, I joked if you took the story into Hollywood and Land to Make Believe, they'd tell you, get out. No one's going to buy this. And he's doing it again.
John, let's look big picture now. And obviously today there's been a lot of debate, as has been last week and really all year, about Nick Foles versus Carson Wentz. And if let's play a scenario out. Eagles win this week, Vikings lose, Wentz is cleared to play. Does he start against the again in the playoffs? And if he doesn't, is it harming him more than helping him?
Well, he's not going to play, number one. Nick Foles, this is Nick Foles' team for the rest of this season, however long that goes. I don't know. I think that's the more difficult behind-the-scenes issue for Doug Peterson. Today, he intimated for the first time. It left the door slightly ajar, and I just wrote about this on 973ESPN.com, for leaving the door open for Nick Foles and the fact that he's going to start. Now, the difficult part from Doug's standpoint is managing Carson Wentz, who wants to play. And quarterbacks play injured all the time. So the term he used today, remember, he put the timetable of 3 months early on. So he gave himself an out in that instance. And today he used the term 100%. Well, he's not going to be 100%. So you don't have to worry about him being medically cleared. So what it is this is Foles' team right now. It's Carson Wentz's team next season, and that's how it's going to move forward. The only thing that could muck that up on the field is if you do make the playoffs, say, and then Nick gets hurt, and then you put Carson back in. To be honest, I don't even think the Eagles would do that, because that would open up the Pandora's box of admitting, even though Carson Wentz was healthy enough to play, we essentially benched him for Nick Foles. So I don't even think if Nick gets banged up, they're going to put Carson Wentz in the game. I really don't.
Wow. And kind of going back to what you said in the conversation with Josh when you were talking about Nick Foles' future, someone, like you said, is going to give him $20 million guaranteed. It's a quarterback league, and after the role he's been on the last 2 years, someone is going to say, hey, we want this guy in our organization. Is there a great chance, though, that Nick says, you know what, I don't want to go through that again? Not that I'm not confident in myself, but that's just a whirlwind of emotions and stuff like that I have to go through. How about I go to Howie Roseman and say, listen, just give me the same deal with more incentives, and I'll just be the guy here that, hey, if the Wentz thing doesn't work out with him getting injured or him struggling, I'm always here to fall back on.
No, I don't. I think people kind of assume, I don't know if it's because of his faith or just because of the way he's been a great teammate. They assume he's not competitive. He's extremely competitive. He wants to play. He knows he can play elsewhere and be a starter in this league. He deserves to be a starter in this league. So no, I don't think he would accept being a backup. Now, he does know, and he has admitted in the past, that there are situations that are bad and that you're going to fail on. And it doesn't matter. And he kind of learned that when he left here. So he does want to find a particular situation, but I think the assumption he's not competitive and he would accept a secondary role is just not true. I think he wants to be a starter in this league again.
John, let's talk about some other players who actually were on the field and helped contribute to the win yesterday, because I know it's hard for people to believe.
Were there other players on the field?
I know it's hard for people to believe, but there are other players on the field. I do want to ask you about Zach Ertz, because this is a guy who a few years ago, a lot of people who, Eagle fans, sports fans in general, they were always questioning, is Zach Ertz ever going to live up to expectations? Is this guy ever going to be one of the top 5 tight ends in this league statistically? Well, now he has that record. Now he has broken the Jason Witten record. He got the most receptions of this season. For fantasy football people, he's the #1 fantasy football tight end in the NFL this year. He's finally getting the stats. So is Zach Ertz at his peak right now, or does he have more to grow?
Well, I don't know if he can do much more statistically. I think there's always room to grow as a player, and Zach will tell you. And certainly from his standpoint, it would always be in the blocking aspect of it, where he's still sort of below average. But as a receiving tight end, he's as good as it gets, and he gets the football so much because he's always open. And I don't know who thought he was sort of underachieving or not living up to his potential even before
it's
the
the fans.
season.
It's the fans who see a guy and say, well, you don't have X number of receptions or touchdowns or whatever it may be, and they hyper criticize a guy because maybe he doesn't look like Tony Gonzalez out there or something.
Well, I think everybody's different, and you look at certain guys with that kind of athleticism of a Tony Gonzalez. I mean, that might be the standard bearer as far as dangerous receiving tight ends. And even today, if you look at him versus Kelsey, which is sort of like who's the better tight end, Kelsey's a little bit more explosive. Zach is probably a little bit more consistent as far as route running and getting open. So he's more of the type that he just beat the record of, which was who he modeled his game after, and Jason Witten. He's more of that type of tight end who wasn't Jimmy Graham or Tony Gonzalez, but there are different types of players, and I think that kind of explains that.
John, on the flip side, we saw on the defensive side another very, very, very good game from Avonte Maddox. Big picture, what kind of role has he carved out for himself moving forward? When guys come back healthy, whether Darby is back here next year and Mills and all these guys, and of course the Eagles may draft a cornerback, they may go out and sign a guy. What kind of role do you think Maddox has carved out for himself moving forward? Because for the last few weeks, he's playing some great football.
Yeah, he really has. And I asked Jim Schwartz this last week because I was interested. You kind of get pigeonholed because of his size, and he's so short as far as being an inside corner. But he was really an outside corner in college. That's what he does best. And he's just been flat out better than, say, Sidney Jones. And Doug basically ruled out Sidney Jones for Week 17 anyway. So he's going to continue to be the left corner, and I think it's going to be interesting if they give him an opportunity to be an outside corner next season. I think he deserves that opportunity. There have been other guys, Brent Grimes being the most notable example, has played a long time on the outside in this league, and I think Avonte's got a lot of those same attributes. And yeah, it's going to be an issue at times if you're playing Mike Evans or Julio Jones or somebody with tremendous size, even DeAndre Hopkins, if he was healthier, and he still had a big game. But I think if you look at the other corners on this team, he deserves to be in that mix, and he's played his way into that mix. But ultimately, if you're asking me, I think the Eagles are going to make him the nickelback, and they'll be better at that position. So he's certainly going to have a role, but I think he deserves at least the opportunity to fight for one of those outside spots.
John, I want to piggyback on that because that was interesting, the part about Sidney Jones. He was drafted 2 years ago to kind of be that corner that the Eagles have been lacking for years and years and years. Obviously, he came in with the Achilles tear. He had to heal throughout the year. He had that one game last year, kind of cameo with the Cowboys, against the Cowboys. But then he comes in this year, and he didn't look particularly good in preseason. And then throughout the season with the different injuries and the inconsistent play, is Sidney Jones someone that the Eagles can still look at and say, we didn't totally whiff on that draft pick?
Well, I think it's a little bit early to say that, but it's certainly valid to have some concerns. I mean, this is the third hamstring injury. So first off the bat, you have to wonder, is this a guy who can stay on the field, number one? And once he gets on the field, he's got to be more consistent. And, because he has the talent he has, ended up being a second-round pick, as you mentioned, but really was regarded as a first-round talent. He's going to get chance after chance after chance more than most players, and certainly he'll be in the mix for being one of the outside corners next year of what I was just talking about with Avonte. But at some point, this sport is a meritocracy, and if somebody like Avonte keeps playing better than him, he's going to play. And, we're talking Nick Foles versus Carson Wentz, and Nick Foles is going to be on the field because of his success. You could say the same thing with Sidney Jones and Avonte Maddox. Even if Sidney Jones was healthy enough to play this week, Avonte Maddox is still going to be the left corner because he's outplayed him, and they got to win this football game. And this is about right now, and he's won that spot for the short term. Long term, it's probably different, but we'll see how it shakes out.
John, speaking of winning, so Bears coach Matt Nagy spoke to the media today, and he basically insinuated that if at halftime the Rams had the 49ers game in hand, that, he may be smart, as he calls it, and have some guys take a rest in the second half of their game. So it looks like that the Bears may or may not be going out with a full slate of starters versus the Vikings, which that might be a little bit of a frustrating situation for Eagle fans who are hoping the Bears would take it to the Vikings, per se.
Yeah, well, I think they will ultimately. And people need to understand for the Bears, this is like playing the Cowboys or the Giants for the Eagles. This is one of their two big rivals. They always want to beat them. And they certainly don't want to see him a third time in the playoffs. So I ultimately think they're going to play to win the game. I don't know if they're going to win the game because it's in Minneapolis. Vikings tend to play very well there. They're a lot better there than they are on the road. So I think that's the bigger issue. But I think the Bears are going to try to win the football game. The Bears know right off the bat. They're not getting a first-round bye because the Rams are playing the 49ers. You can wait till halftime. You can wait till the third quarter. The Rams aren't losing that game. And the Bears kind of know that. But from the Eagles' perspective, even if the Bears don't play, which, again, I don't expect that to be the case, when you're in Week 17, look at last year when the Eagles were in the position they were. They didn't play anybody. You have the right to do whatever you want to do if you put yourself in the position to where you're in the playoffs and you're comfortable with your slot. And that's just the Eagles have to accept that.
All right, John, I got a couple of questions that are not football related because we've been having a couple of side conversations going on throughout the day. First of all, favorite Christmas song and who sings it?
Wow, that's a good question. There's old school, like I like any Sinatra, the Christmas song, but I would say for the modern people, Run DMC, what is it, Christmas in Hollis? I think
yes.
That would be my favorite new school Christmas song.
Okay. Your position on eggnog?
I hate it. Not a big fan. If I want to drink anything with alcohol, I will have a drink or a beer. I'm not drinking any weird kind of milky concoction. Yeah, I have no interest in any eggnog.
Yeah, I said earlier that eggnog was disgusting, and apparently some people disagree with me. So I just
don't say some people. I'm
well,
right across the studio.
Well, okay. Well, Deshaun didn't like my strong position on eggnog. So
now I'm with you there. I don't like that consistency. I don't like it at all. So to each their own, but it's not for me.
All right, John. We need you to settle one more thing. Beyonce or Rihanna?
Well, you can't go wrong there, but I would go Rihanna.
John's with me.
Well,
yes.
listen. For fairness, I said Rihanna also, but you made the point that Beyonce was overrated, which I thought was ridiculous.
Well, look, I do think Beyonce's overrated. I don't got time for her multiple personality stuff. You know, I think Rihanna owns her. It is more real than Beyonce is.
Yeah, but if you're going fantasy, you're not really talking about any of the everyday nonsense. So I'm just looking at
John. I am a very complicated individual. Okay, I can't go very simple. Okay.
Okay. But as I said, you cannot go wrong there, no matter what you choose. That's not like eggnog. You're going wrong with eggnog. You can't go wrong with Beyonce or Rihanna.
All right. John McMullen joined us on the Boardwalk Honda Hotlines. He does each and every day, except for tomorrow because it's Christmas Day, and we'll all be off. So, John, Merry Christmas. Hope you enjoy your day tomorrow, and we'll check in with you again on Wednesday here on the Sports Bash.
Merry Christmas, John.
All right. Merry Christmas, guys. Enjoy it.